Yep,
I
it's
see the
live.
button. I see the thing. We're live. Hello, YouTube. This the in
Good morning,
season pod.
YouTube.
Smash that like button
Yeah, hit the
and
thumbs up.
subscribe.
Yeah, we haven't
Welcome
even
to the
given you
In Season
anything to like yet,
Podcast.
but you should be liking us already. I guess all of the past episodes, you should like us just by virtue of our history, right? Um,
I like how you put that. By virtue, gotcha.
uh,
Uh, yeah.
yeah.
Everybody out there, if you're fresh friends, subscribe now. Mark, what's up with those lava lamps again?
Yeah, well, I don't know. We were talking about I was bringing up this is one of my favorite color combos that I've got, but I'm in the middle of a project here with it. It's a little nerve-wracking. I popped the cap off of it because the sides of the glass were all starting to get a residue, kind of cloudy on the inside, and the master fluid was a little bit I don't know if you can see on the glass there, sort of like a residue stuff. So that's actually on the inside there. That wasn't part of the wax. So it wasn't as pretty as it should have been. The teal green color is an unusual wax color. They don't, I mean, they have a pretty limited range of wax colors that they offer now. Um, so yeah, teal green was only a brief little limited offering. So I have the master fluid here, and I have taken this and put it through a filter. Um, I don't think I have it on hand here, but those little survival straw filter things that you can screw onto the cap of an empty water bottle, or take a water bottle and fill it up with water from whatever dirty water, and screw this onto the cap, and then you can drink from the end of it, and it's clean and safe because of the micromillimeter filtering in there. So that does a good job of taking particles and stuff, well, just taking particles and even tiny little impurities suspended in the liquid, takes them out, and it doesn't affect the dye color of the master fluid, which in this case isn't an issue because it's a clear fluid um, and pigmented wax. But um, I mean, it really cleared up, though. It looks like water basically, which it almost is. There's all um, it's balanced distilled water basically. Um, they add a little bit of stuff to get it to work with the wax, but the wax these days they've changed to work with um, a different formula than they used to when they were made in America. Um, so the goal is now, next step, warm up the liquid and the wax in here in the bottle, pour this out, pour it into a little container, set it aside, pull the little metal ring on the bottom out, clean it up. Oh, in the process of pouring the wax out, gonna send it through a little cheesecloth filter to get rid of any sort of little gunk. I don't know, you see little stuff at the bottom there, and kind of collect it around the metal coil. So need to get that out of the wax too in order for it to all look really, really, really nice. Um, but wax out, coil out, wax cleaned, fluid cleaned, then brush, long little plumber's brush, snake drain type thing, and just
Pipe
scrub and
cleaners.
scrub and scrub. Um, so once that's done, put it all back and stick a cap back on after it's warmed up. Yeah, that's an important thing. Put it all back, warm it up, see how it goes. And once it's running, then put a cap back on. Because um, if you put a cap on when it's cool and then warm it up to operating temperature, they can explode. There are videos on the internet of exploding lava lamps when people have experimented and not taken that precaution. So yeah, that's what I was just explaining. Um, it's an interesting little, fun little thing. I got on the side here. Next up would be this metallic blue. So the metallic
Hmm.
pigment part all kind of stays on the outside, but it really flows really cool, really nicely. But I got to clean that the bottle up there, and I got a big one. This one's empty. It's was the blue liquid and yellow wax, but the yellow wax was never flowing. It was old. Um, so I'm not sure how that will go. But if it doesn't clean up nicely, then um, I have a repair kit thing, some uh, wax, hobbyist wax from a and now uh, um, out of business um, company that used to make professional installations. Um, so um, yeah, we'll see if the yellow wax blue liquid doesn't work, which I don't know. I might just redo it anyway because blue yellow is a pretty standard color combination. I think there's always been blue yellow in some form or another that has been available. Um, so if I want to replace a blue yellow globe, I can. Um, so that's why I chose to experiment with that one. But yeah, we'll see. Um, Ongoing experiment. But experimenting with these things is a slow process because they take so long to warm up and then a couple days to do one step and a couple days to do another step fully. So, um,
I
but
think the
the
last
wax.
time I had a lava lamp was 1967.
Oh man, what color was it?
Sheesh.
It was purple. It was purple and something. I don't remember.
Purple liquid or
Yeah,
wax? Purple
wax.
liquid, purple
No,
wax.
purple wax. Yeah.
Oh man,
Mm. Okay.
probably clear liquid then. I don't think they made many with purple. Well, purple blue they did for some lamps, but I
Maybe it
don't
was
think.
purple blue. I've done
Um,
too many drugs since then to remember.
well, hey,
Uh-huh.
they did have a really nice purple color back in the original recipe. So
Yeah.
uh, you're not making that up. Let- We'll
No, I'm not
we'll
making it up.
choose to make that actual history here and now, just because no one can argue with it, right? No one
I'm,
can say
yeah,
it wasn't.
Mark, I'm too old to make things up because I can't remember.
I mean,
Hmm.
it's it's fine. We'll choose to. I mean, yeah, we all tend to choose to remember our lives. However, um,
Sure.
yeah, and why not, right? Um,
Hey, Mark, did you
oh,
know that did you know that the only president to remain a bachelor was James Buchanan? He didn't
I
have a
did
first
not
lady.
know that. I did not. I I did not know that offhand. It feels familiar when you say it the second way, that he was the only president to not have a first lady. I think I remember that there was one, the like a bachelor, um, but I don't think that yeah, I wouldn't have remembered it unless you reminded me. So thank
Hmm.
you. Yeah,
It says James Buchanan, born 1791, died in 1868, the 15th U.S. president from 1857 to 1861, is the only president to remain a lifelong bachelor. Following his death of his fiancee, Anne C. Coleman, in 1819, Buchanan never married, relying on his niece Harriet Lane to serve as White House hostess. Hmm.
interesting.
No first lady. Hmm.
Very interesting. I had a fiance, but when she died before they married, he never had a relationship again after that, I suppose.
Right.
Lifelong. I mean, that's pretty damn romantic when you read the whole thing out. I
Well,
mean, I'm serious.
it didn't,
That's
it
really
didn't say he didn't have a relationship, did it? It said he never married.
well,
Uh,
lifelong bachelor, I think implies no serious relationship. Sir, I mean, if he relied
Serious,
on
yes.
his niece to serve as hostess, then I think that would, well, I don't know. Yeah, would it be appropriate for a sitting president to have a girlfriend to serve as White House hostess, for official meetings, visiting heads of state and whatnot? Like, how would you vet someone like
we
that? And what happens if and when, probably more likely when they break up? Like, does the next one, and then you have to revet the next one? It may have been a conscious choice while he was sitting president to keep his niece and stay a bachelor for the sake of not, yeah, because
what I'm thinking is so like his girlfriend, she couldn't be first lady. Um, yeah, because like you said, what if they broke up and then we just have no first lady? We're kind of considered the stepchildren. We're like, oh, it's just this new lady. He'll break up with her. He'll be with somebody else.
yeah,
Um, everybody out there
yeah,
watching,
that's
gives
interesting way
that
to put
thumbs
it.
up.
Presidential stepchildren.
Yeah, we don't know this lady. She's just married to our dad or
Yeah,
dating our dad. She'll be gone in a few weeks.
she just came up.
And they never got married, so good thing.
Yeah,
um,
but I mean, how if he never got married afterwards? Also, that might. How long did he live after serving as president, though? If it was a
um, he
quick,
died in he died in 1868, and he was president from 57 to 61. So he lived 7 years after that. Mm.
I mean, that's a decent amount of time to meet and marry But at what
Mm.
age was he?
He was
The
born in
s- the-
1791, so
yeah, the social
yeah.
norms were very different back then. That I
Mm.
mean, and that's right smack in the middle of what's known as the Enlightenment era um, by historians, or um, the Romantic era, um, in some perspectives, like art history and whatnot, would think of that as the Romantic era. Um, a lot of the art and architecture and whatnot, at that time, it was very um, consciously trying to imitate Roman art. Classical antiquities was very in vogue. Um, hence a lot of the architecture in the um, uh, uh, Capitol. When you look at the Capitol building or the White House, the white columns and the domes and things like that, they were looking at the Roman and Greek eras as um, a civilization to model on. Particularly the Greeks, because that's where the idea of democracy really first emerged and was actually practiced in Athens, um, very differently from what they set up in the uh, Constitution, but it was inspired by. So, yeah, the Romantic era, which
Mm.
is
Look
where
at
we
the.
get, romance from a lot of the art and whatnot, the tragedies and stuff, and relational uh,
I got
society.
something here though.
Oh, yes, I'm kind
It
of rambling.
says this is along the lines of James Buchanan. It says relationship with William R. King. Buchanan had a very close long-term friendship with Alabama's senator, the 13th vice president, William Rufus King, with whom he lived with for 16 years. Some historians suggest this relationship may have been romantic.
I think that's reading a lot into that.
So we had a gay president.
I mean,
Uh, I'm just going off what it said. I don't know the history, but that's what the AI says.
yeah, I'm sure a lot of people do propose that and think that. I don't know. I didn't, like you saw, I didn't know anything really about him aside from just passing trivia. So, um, yeah, I can't
Yeah.
comment on that necessarily. Certainly can't refute that position outright, but they would be the ones who would be making an affirmative assertion. So it would be on them to kind of prove, right? So I don't know what, aside from just being roommates, um, you know, were there other
Mm.
politicians who had, roommates? I don't know.
No other.
Or even not non-politicians, anybody of note, anybody historically from
Mm.
that time who were, um,
Um, didn't find any.
yeah, I don't know. Lack
Yeah.
of evidence isn't evidence of lack of
Right.
existence. So, yeah, but Yeah, it's quite a jump, I think, to say, oh, I don't know, 7 years is a long time.
It's not
Um,
really a jump, Mark. I
It's
mean, it's not really a jump. People didn't talk about it in those days, and
yeah,
two men living together, e- it's kind of unusual for that long. Uh,
yeah, yeah,
Men didn't share residences. Uh, Either you were married or you were a bachelor, and you lived
yeah.
alone. So I would think that's, you know, there's no way to prove it, of course, but it seems to me fairly accurate.
yeah, the things they say online. Uh, I mean, hey, it might not be true, but yeah, there's a lot here. That's a whole. Yeah, it's just he didn't live with a woman which they thought was questionable. Um, I'll stop digging because yeah,
I
go
mean,
down.
a lot of like you said, a lot of cultural norms were different. It doesn't necessarily need to be sexual to be romantic either, right? So, um, that's another thing to keep in mind.
Sure.
Um,
Yep.
the bosom friends quote when I did
Mm-mm-mm.
a look up, the roommates, James Buchanan roommate was the search query um, into Google, and it brought all this up. William Rufus King, Alabama politician, briefly 13th vice president, lived together in a boarding house,
Mm-mm.
1834 to 1844. So that's I don't know, decade compared to versus 7 years. What's the accuracy of this information that the Google AI summary is providing? But
Um,
yeah, bosom friends, contemporaries recognize the intensity of their friendship with Jacksonian Democrats, sometimes referring to King as, quote, Miss Nancy or, quote, Buchanan's wife. So, yeah, the Democrats, ironically, um, denigrating on the basis of sexual orientation or romantic orientation. It's weird the way, I don't know. Jacksonian Democrats, though, doesn't necessarily mean the Democrat Party or the group, uh, the political party that is currently called the Democrat Party. Some names have changed over the years, so I don't know. But
mm,
yeah, lived together 1834 to 1844 when King left to become minister to France. Buchanan, who never married, referred to their bond as a, quote, communion. That's intense. But, you know, I don't know.
Could have been
Again,
emotional.
yeah.
huh?
It could have just been an emotional communion.
Yeah, yeah. And again, looking back, like at that time, the culture, especially the intellectual upper crust culture, was really very into the classical Greek and Roman history, and there's a lot in Roman history that, or both, yeah, Roman and Greek history that could be pointed to as same sex friendships, intimate friendships on a level that is, um, I don't know, that would be seen as um, strange in our culture, current culture. Which isn't to say that it's strange or inappropriate. It's, yeah, historical context. While some see the relationship as romantic or, quote, erotic, many historians, such as Thomas Balkersky, uh, recognize it as intimate, long-term male friendship common in the 19th century. Okay, yeah, yeah.
They say that what is it like? What's those men that used to drive the ships? I watched a show on it yesterday. He was uh he had like a skirt on. It's like forgot what they called him. Mm. But yeah, they were talking about something like that, and that guy said that they were gone. The men were gone so long on ships that it made sense for them to do that. And yeah, me and my mom watched.
Mm,
I forgot what we were watching. What is it called?
I don't know.
Mm, I forgot the name of it, but yeah, I guess
Made sense for what exactly?
for our men to
What
be
do you mean?
together,
Be together, well, sexually, like
romantically, yes.
like
Sexually, yes. They were going for months at a time.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Why would that why would that make this any different, right? The right hand can accomplish a lot. Or left, whichever. Right?
or both.
Or left. No, yeah, however one chooses, whichever direction you swing. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Friendships between effectively coworkers, colleagues. Um, although, yeah, living together on ships long-term voyages would tend to form much stronger bonds, but in the same way that the military does, largely same-sex um, organization. It's not that's not an issue there. There's policies in place about fraternizing, but it's not like it's that
That's
difficult for
cute.
them to um, avoid or to follow. There we go. Um, I don't know. I think that's in my opinion, that sounds like they're somebody with an agenda who's trying to read into and speculate. There's no evidence for it except that
Just
it
AI.
could have, right? Um, I don't know.
It's pure speculation at best.
Yeah,
Whoa.
It could have been, but it also may not have been. We don't know.
yeah,
And we'll never know.
yeah.
Um,
And,
It's
and
it's
honestly, it doesn't make a bit of difference in our lives if James Buchanan was gay or not.
yeah,
right. That was a long rabbit hole we jumped down.
yeah.
Uh, there was some other things you had here. You want to get into those?
There's a bunch of things. Hey, there's
Hey, Andrea.
Andrea. Perfect
Andrea,
timing. Perfect timing. Yeah. Um,
Hey everybody, how you doing?
hey,
how you doing?
it's
Everybody
right
out there,
when we
press that
were
thumbs up button.
right when we were about to do a topic change. Um, like magic.
You're here.
Yeah. Um,
Mark's
so
taking lead today.
am I? I
You
don't
lead,
know.
I'll follow.
You were the one who told me to go bring up something else. It sounds like you're leading and I'm just bringing
Uh,
stuff up. It's like, okay, yes, yes, sir. What's the next topic that
that was an accident. Didn't mean to do that.
no, hey, it doesn't matter.
Sorry, sir.
Let's just keep things organic or whatever. But um I don't know what we're yeah, now gosh, I'm
You lead, I'll follow. I am
yeah,
here.
as soon as I'm put on the spot like that, I just don't um
You draw a blank.
I don't function. Yeah, draw a blank. What were we gonna let's see here. We had a
You
collection
want
of
to
articles.
you want to
Um
talk about the immigration thing,
that's a
or
good
you want to
idea.
say that?
We
There
could
you
talk.
go.
I mean,
Uh,
we're all here right
I'm here
now.
for it.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So, um, yeah, we've had uh a couple discussions about immigration so far. Um, but Jeff, you had an interesting perspective um that yeah, it just hadn't been something I'd considered, hadn't been brought up on any of the news things that I'd seen so far. Um, yeah.
Well,
Um, do you want to just give a little brief? Um,
sure.
yeah.
Uh, the To start with, the state where you live in Florida has benefited greatly from illegal immigration,
Strange.
and and they were welcomed uh, by this country.
Hmm.
Um, and there was no immigration. They came in by boats and they landed and they were here, and most of them became successful, tax-paying working people. In the desert where I was for the last couple of years, you couldn't get Americans to do the jobs that Mexicans do.
Hmm.
When it's 110 or 120 degrees and the landscapers are outside all day,
Not
it's
complaining.
and there's not an American kid that's going to do that work. And when they built all those hotels in Florida, they needed the Cubans to staff them, and nobody said a word. They were welcomed. The burden they put on the schools, nobody cared about that. The burden they put on the taxpayers, nobody cared about that
There,
because
yeah, there is discussion about that though. There is,
now,
yeah,
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 now, uh,
yeah. Okay, yeah. Very. Okay, you're talking history.
all
Yeah,
right, I'm talking history.
the
Uh,
current. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
in California, much of the laborers, much of the farm laborers are Mexicans. Um, Americans won't do those jobs. And honestly, the farm owners don't want to hire Americans. They'd rather hire Mexicans. They'll work harder.
Hmm.
Uh,
That's interesting.
Now they will. The amount of illegal immigration has put a burden on all of us in many ways. It's a simple solution. Change the tax laws. The millionaires and the billionaires in this country get away with murder. The business owners get away with murder. And I know this because as a former partner in a business, I got away with murder.
Hmm.
I was able to deduct more things that I mean, my wife and I never paid for a meal.
Creative accounting, right? As
Right,
they say.
exactly. And that's what I mean. These corporations are thousands times worse than I was. All the different perks for the executives, all the dining out these people do, all the gifts they give the pharmaceutical industry, all the gifts they give to the drug company, they're all deductible. They're all, if you take away those deductions, you're solving your financial problems with these immigrants.
Hmm.
You don't even have to take away all of them.
Mm.
And that's, you know, I'm not advocating for universal basic income, although I I I don't think it's a bad idea. Uh,
It would
but
be
I
an interesting, yeah, it's an interesting discussion, especially
yeah,
moving forward, but a different discussion. You're right.
yeah, yeah. I mean, there's no question that immigration is hurting us right now, but we can turn that around. And also, a
We can
lot
get
of our
there.
jobs have gone overseas. Bring them back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the problem is how. I mean, how do we bring them back? It's not, I don't know. I'm
Tax advantage. See, on the reverse, tax advantages for bringing your business back
okay.
from overseas. Like the industry I used to be in, the clothing industry. Everything is made overseas. There's not one thing that's made in America anymore.
Yeah, that's
It-
yeah, I used to I mean I still do, but I back when I had a lot of discretionary spending, I used to like uh fancy selvage denim, like raw denim jeans with the
Mhm.
um and um all of it's gone overseas. There's all of the high quality textile manufacturing, the denim textiles, uh, with the, I mean, we don't we don't produce mills that make that quality stuff anymore. They have to use antique um, mills, and all of those have been shipped overseas. So like Japan does a lot of the highest quality like designer fashion industry stuff and the raw textile. Um, Japan and Italy, I think. But yeah, just recently the last existing mill that produced those uh, uh, interesting denim. Um, I'm trying to remember the name. Well, I don't know. It was in North Carolina. Cone Mills, White Cone Mills.
Yes, yeah,
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 yeah. They just shut down a few years ago. They were the last one to do those, and that's a shame. It just couldn't be profitable here in America.
right.
Um, but it's profitable elsewhere. Like, why? It's
Because they don't have a minimum wage. I mean,
so
the
you,
unions at one point were great for this country, but
yeah.
now, you can get it made a lot less somewhere else.
So you think the minimum wage is actually a problem, or
I think it was great 50 years ago.
Okay.
But I think now it's become a problem because we can't afford to pay people to produce goods here.
Okay.
And we have to find a way to give small business owners that are going to produce goods here some kind of incentive.
And yeah, and so not mandating that they have to pay the um, sort of unskilled labor or lower skilled labor um, a minimum wage that is being, I don't know, they're pushing for like a livable minimum wage, which is great in theory, but these sort of jobs were never, I don't know, like a McDonald's fast food server was never the sort of job that was supposed to be a lifelong career, not something
Right.
you could live on, you know. The teenagers out of college or teenagers fresh out of high school, first job, and then they move on, and then the next teenager come in, and they're so yeah, I can see the point there when they move that so high that
Yeah, there's no upward mobility
yeah,
for the average person.
but cash under the table to somebody who's willing to willing to do the work that um that our own high schoolers don't want to do. Um, I'm just thinking now, there's another issue though. How many of these young Americans believe that they can get better income immediately if they figure out how to um, get rich off of some podcast or, TikTok channel or Instagram and get a following and just become famous right out of the gate and just bypass the whole career ladder and needing to apply any effort at all. Just nah. Uh,
Probably a lot of them,
yeah. I mean,
but that's not going to happen for you know
yeah,
all of them.
most of them. Yeah. Um, but yeah, there's going back though, the immigration into Florida, um, yeah, there's so the Cubans immigrating here doing the well, first off, the first wave of Cuban immigrants here, those were primarily uh, political refugees, weren't they?
Right. Yes.
Following the communist revolution.
Yes.
So they were fleeing with whatever money, whatever, and like the high skilled um, business owners and everything. They come over here and so um, yeah, they
That's
were. I think they were getting here illegally, but they were embraced um, more as a middle finger to Fidel Castro, I think, and kind of just on philosophical grounds. Like we need to help the capitalists fleeing the communists because otherwise the Soviet Union wins, right? Get them all
Yeah.
here.
There's no question that that was the political climate.
And wasn't
But
there was also the CIA saw an opportunity there, bringing some of them over to try to get them to, wasn't, I mean, that's kind of fast forwarding a little bit, but weren't they trying to train Cuban refugees to go back and overthrow Castro again eventually? Um,
yes,
so yeah,
at the
there
same
were,
time, they were training Lee Harvey Oswald to shoot Kennedy.
uh,
mm.
that's,
Um,
We can get into that conspiracy if you'd like.
well,
uh,
yeah, I don't know. I know he was in, Harvey was in the military, or Oswald was in the military, right? Was
Yeah.
he, was he actually a CIA asset though?
Well, let's put it this way. Did you ever read about Jack Ruby who shot him?
I know about
uh,
him. Yeah, I haven't studied a lot into it, but uh yeah, it was a very nice loose end being cleaned up there.
Yes. Yeah. Jack
Um
Ruby owned a bar called the Skyline Lounge. The reason it was called the Skyline Lounge was because it was an old burnt out building that the roof was off of. And every weekend they would get maybe 5 or 6 or 8 people there. And there would be a fight every weekend. But Jack Ruby was there as a front, just so we would have a business there in Dallas.
okay, so like illegal fighting ring?
And yeah,
Okay.
mm,
it was a bar. It was a bar, but with people were just getting shouting matches and fight
Okay.
every
mm.
weekend. It was a crazy place. And he was definitely a CIA agent.
Um, that sounds like that movie Fight Club. I'm sorry, I was off topic. They
No,
just
it's
fighting
just
at the bar.
really good
Uh,
movie.
yeah.
His role was he spy. They would hire different rock groups every weekend to play there, and he
Okay.
would spy on them and then give a report.
Pay
Mm,
attention, like bring in certain counterculture figures that they want to
Yeah,
eye out, and then just okay, that makes a lot of sense.
mm.
And he was willing to go to prison for it.
yeah.
How long did he serve? Do you know?
I don't remember
Mm.
Mark, you.
Be-
Oh, go ahead.
because Kennedy
No.
was planning to reorganize the entire CIA at the time.
Oh yeah. Okay.
He didn't like the way it was being run, and they decided they liked the way it was being run.
Well, yeah. Once you get power, you don't want it taken away from you unless you
Right.
can. Yeah, if you can avoid it. Um. Hmm.
He was sentenced to death by electric chair.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
wow. What state?
Texas, right?
Texas, you know.
Yeah,
I figured a
but
southern
he
state.
Yeah.
he died of a pulmonary embolism caused by lung cancer.
Okay.
Mm.
So he never actually got to the chair. I wonder,
No,
does Texas have a name for their electric chair? Because Florida named their electric chair,
What's the
or
Well,
name?
he
Sparky, right?
our electric chair. Yeah. Um, the Florida electric chair is named Old Sparky.
Oh, wow.
Um, so yeah,
I remember that from when they did it.
Mm, mm,
yeah.
mm.
It's a little morbid, I got to admit. You know.
I don't want to meet Sparky.
No. Yeah. Be good.
Mm.
Or just stay away from Florida. Yeah, that's the easy thing. Don't
Right.
come here. But um, no, it's a great state. I love Florida. I missed it when I moved away briefly. Um, it's just I don't know. It's where I was meant to be. Um, yeah, it's uh, hold on. I want to see the uh, oh wait, hold on. Let's see. It's the name of the electric chairs, not only in Florida. It's let's see. Um, Arkansas, Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, Kentucky, Nebraska, New York, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Texas, Virginia, and West Virginia. Old Betsy was the nickname of the electric chair in Indiana. Old Smoky in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. Yeah, so Old Sparky is sometimes used to refer to electric chairs in general and not just one specific state. But that's interesting. Old Smoky is, yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched actual electric chair execution footage to know what it looks like, but having watched The Green Mile, that yeah, I don't know. Have you guys Andrea, I saw you were nodding. Yeah, you've seen The Green Mile.
Several times, yes.
Yeah,
Good
really good
movie.
movie, isn't it? Yeah.
It is very good.
Jeff, have you seen Green Mile?
I believe so. I don't remember it, but I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah, Tom Hanks
But yeah,
and
yeah, I
um
did see it.
Michael Clark
But I'm
Duncan.
what I'm
yeah.
wondering how many people die of electric chair these days. Don't they just give them some kind of injection?
Um hold on.
They
It
don't do
depends on
lethal
the
injection
state.
Connecticut
anymore in California.
Connecticut legislated lethal injection as the sole method in 1995. Um hold on. Yeah, I don't know. In Florida, it was the sole means of execution from 1924 until 2000, when, under pressure from the Supreme Court of the United States, signed lethal injection into law also. We Floridians really, really liked our electricity. We didn't want to be soft on drugs. Or yeah. No, keep the sodium pentothal out of here. We're gonna just flip the switch. I don't know. There's a
Mark,
lot of I don't know why one would necessarily be that much more or less humane than the other. Yeah, I don't know. Do you guys have any preference if you were to be put to death? Do you have any preference as to how you would be executed? I
um,
wonder if there's any states that offer firing squad.
That would
I
be
think
cool.
that there's at least
what the
one.
hell? That's like that's
Yeah,
like getting
right.
stoned. Uh,
That's like a really
Not in a
advanced,
good way.
like, yeah, right. Yeah. Um,
I guess I'd like to have an overdose of drugs and I won't
yeah,
know what's
lethal
going on.
injection. As of
No, something nicer
mid
than lethal injection.
as of mid 2026, 5 U.S. states authorize firing squads as an alternative method of execution, primarily due to lethal injection drug shortages. So Idaho, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, and Utah. Idaho recently passed legislation making the firing squad its primary method. The federal government has also authorized this method. Interesting. The federal government. How often does the federal government pass like death penalties? I thought it was mostly state level. Um,
Espionage.
Mm. Am I frozen? Oh, no.
no, I'm sorry. Let's see. As of April 2026, the Trump administration has moved to resume federal executions targeting 44 defendants for the death penalty and authorizing the use of firing squads alongside lethal injection. Following a moratorium by President Biden, which saw 37 federal death sentences commuted, the Department of Justice has rescinded previous restrictions. Wait, so does those 44 that Trump wants to execute include all those 37 that were commuted? Is it like back and forth, back and forth? We're going to kill you. No, we're not going to kill you. We're going to kill you. Back and forth, back and forth.
Mm.
Because that would be kind of torturous, I think, you know. Um, I don't know how I feel about that. Even even as a death penalty supporter. But let's see.
Mm.
Well,
Lethal
they
injection
have a
is the
right of
primary
appeal.
method. Huh?
They have a right of appeal if they're found guilty in a death penalty case, and then the government has a right to appeal that. So it's part of our
Yeah.
system.
But
It is cruel, but it's part of
presumably,
our system.
presumably these 44 have run out of appeals or whatever. They're done. They're on on the chopping block, right? On
They
the
kill them.
so yeah, but then if they were on the schedule for whatever, and then Biden commuted the sentences and said, no, life in prison. You're not going to be killed. And then 4 years later, go, no, psych, we're going to kill you again. What do you think about that?
It's fucked up.
It is fucked up.
Yeah.
Hmm. Um,
I
yeah, I
think if
found,
their sentences were commuted, you can't go back and change it again. But
Yeah.
he
That's,
should have never done that.
well, I don't know. I don't know if those 44 include all those 37 or not, but um, I don't know. Hold on. Recent activity. So it looks like it was after a 17-year hiatus, the Trump administration executed 13 people between 2020 and 2021. So before Trump's first presidential term, there was a 17-year gap in federal executions.
I was just
Um,
gonna ask, how often do they actually use that room?
but
Probably not a lot now that you
that
say
would
that.
be wouldn't that be both Obama and W's.
Yeah.
So that would mean that the last time before Trump resumed executions, it was Clinton who was um, who was had the death penalty as policy. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting the way these things go back and forth. Um,
Um,
no.
uh, I forgot what I was gonna say. It was there though. Mark, mm, you said something that I had something to say about, but I forgot what it was. But yeah, go ahead, Mark. You're in control. What's
Oh,
next?
stop saying that. Stop saying that. Um,
Today is the Mark Show. If you're watching, press that thumbs up if you like the idea of the Mark Show.
oh,
Uh,
no. If they want to make me really uncomfortable,
You always find all the best unique stuff.
I don't know. My my uh Google News feed algorithm is very well optimized for the strangeness and the tech stuff. So I don't know. I've consistently been into weird things, and Google knows it. So,
um, I have this tab open with the Masonic murder trial.
mm,
Uh, yeah, you brought this one
yeah,
up, so go ahead, Mark. I
I
got it here
forgot
for you.
completely forgot about that. Hold on, let me see if I don't have
I
it
got.
up still. So,
There you
uh,
go. I just sent it to you. Hmm.
yeah, I remember. Is it the one from The Guardian?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So, let's see. Choo-choo. Um, Headline reads Murder trial opens over alleged Masonic Lodge crime network in Paris. Very uh, attention grabbing headline, I thought. Freemasons did it. It's been a trope on the internet for like decades now at this point. I don't know where it first started, but yeah, there's always, anytime, basically every single conspiracy theory, at some point, somebody will say the Freemasons did it. You know, even um, like polar, uh, polar moon or polar alien bases or something, they'll say Freemasons are involved somehow with the aliens. Um, but this one, it sounds like the Freemasons might actually have done 22 defendants, including a couple, or yeah, noteworthy intelligence agents and police, are accused of committing crimes on behalf of Freemason mafia. That's some pretty strong language. Uh, 22 people have
Mafia.
gone to trial. Yeah, Freemason mafia. Those two words together, that sounds sinister, doesn't it? 22 people have gone to trial in France on charges of murder and other serious crimes centered on a Masonic lodge accused of running hit squads. 13 defendants including former intelligence agents, soldiers, and businessmen, face possible life sentences. Prosecutors allege the group carried out murder, attempted murder, aggravated assault, and criminal conspiracy on behalf of the mafia network inside the Athanor Lodge in Paris. In the Paris, oh my gosh, French words just don't work in my mouth. This Masonic lodge in this Paris suburb. Um, At least four Freemasons from the lodge's roughly 20 members are among those in the dock. Other defendants include four officers from France's DGSC, Foreign Intelligence Service. I believe it's their equivalent of CIA. Um, Three police officers, six executives, a security guard, a doctor, and an engineer. Most of the accused, whose ages range from 30 to 73, have no previous criminal record. The alleged ringleaders are Jean-Luc Bagour, Frederic Vaglio.
Frederic. Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, they got those little accents over the E's. Looking all
Frederic.
especially exotic. And Daniel Bolio with two U's. How about that? I'm probably butchering it, butchering all of them. All members of the lodge, alongside right-hand man Sebastian Leroy, probably Leroy. Um, all four face life imprisonment if convicted. The case was triggered by a failed contract killing in July 2020 when two members of France's parachute regiment were parachute regiment were arrested in prison in possession of weapons near the home of the business coach Marie-Helene Denis. They told investigators they believed they had been asked to murder her on behalf of the French state, targeting Denis on the grounds that she worked for the Israeli spy agency Mossad. Ooh.
Right.
Um, Investigators discovered a link to Bajour, age 69, and a business coach rival of Denise and Lodge's, quote, venerable master. Investigators say Bajour asked the fellow Freemason Baglio to arrange to have his rival, quote, eliminated for a fee of 70,000 euros or $80,600. Um, a 53-year-old entrepreneur, he allegedly acted as the intermediary between the alleged ringleader and a hit squad led by Bolio, a retired officer of the Domestic Intelligence Service, DGSI. Leroy Leroy, the alleged leader of the hit squad admitted in police custody that he and his associates carried out most of the Athenor's mafia's assaults, robberies, and killings, including the murder of a race car driver. Oh man, he snitched.
Right.
The leader of the hit squad snitched. Man, they gotta pick better contract killers.
It's
Um,
nothing like a rat.
yeah. In one alleged case of industrial espionage, Leroy's gang is said to have assaulted a businesswoman in the street and stolen her computer. In 2019, the car of one of Bajour's associates was set alight after she uncovered evidence of financial fraud within his company. Ooh, nothing shady there. In 2018, the body of racing driver Laurent Pascali, I'm sorry for that,
I'm so glad you're doing that
he
pronunciation.
was found in a forest. French media reported that he had been killed allegedly over an unpaid debt to associates of Vaglio, of the bad guy, um, alleged bad guy, sorry. Leroy, who left the military to become a security guard, told police he believed he had been acting on behalf of the government. He claimed Bolio had, quote, manipulated him, raising the prospect of him becoming an informant for the DGSI spy agency. Oh, so was he trying to get an in on the. Ooh, extra conspiracy CE. Uh, the guy's lawyer Sean William, Sean, I'll just say Sean William, said, What my client found terrifying is the fact that the key figures in this case, police officers, former DGSI agents, and Freemasons, are precisely the people who are supposed to act for the good of society. It is unclear what evidence prosecutors will be able to obtain from Beaulieu after an apparent suicide attempt in police custody left him disabled and with, quote, impaired concentration, according to his lawyer. The trial is expected to last at least 3 months. Okay, wow. Attempted suicide, right? Nothing shady there. Left him impaired concentration, right? Even if even if his suicide didn't succeed, he can't he can't talk, right?
Mm,
It's like the Epstein conspiracies, right? They're tying up a loose end while he's in prison. Were the prison cameras working at that time? I wonder.
Probably not.
Probably not, right? They never work when you need them.
right.
Um, yeah. Well, another thing that stood out in the uh, last two paragraphs there, the lawyer said, "What my client found terrifying is the fact that the key figures in the case, various public officials and Freemasons, are precisely the people who are supposed to act for the good of society." Are Freemasons the ones supposed to act for the good of society? No,
No.
Yes,
that's always been the question. They say,
that's
but I
what they
don't know.
say.
Yeah, that's what they say. But
Uh,
it's interesting though
Well,
because it's a secret society, especially one that is open to almost anybody who is able to get a foot in the door, right? It's not exclusive of any set group. You can be brought in and initiated, whoever you choose. And then you're sworn to secrecy. Everybody's sworn to secrecy, right? That's the perfect place to burrow in and um, start performing all of these, any nefariousness, right? Whether intelligence gathering or contract killing or corporate espionage, right? They're all sworn to secrecy. They're brothers.
quick second. Everybody
well,
watching, press that thumbs up. I got to go get my pills. It's pill time.
Thumbs up if you like Pookie's pills. Um,
Yeah,
Sure.
lamotrigine. You should love these lamotrigine. One of the
yeah,
best. If you have epilepsy and you're watching, try it.
generic Vimpat, right?
Changed my
Oh,
life.
oh, wait, no, that's
Generic.
generic
no,
Lamictal.
that's lacosamide.
Lamictal.
Lamictal is,
Yeah,
yeah.
generic Lamictal.
Yeah, lamotrigine.
So, um,
It's a must
yeah,
try. I'm addicted. No, I'm kidding.
dependent, technically, right? But so yeah, if the Freemasons largely consist of like upper crust political figures, society movers and shakers. Those are the exact sort of people that intelligence agencies would want to make contacts with. And if you can do that at the same time as all of them being sworn to secrecy, that's like the ideal place for an intelligence agency to go and start futzing around with whatever they want, right? Doesn't, I
You would
mean,
think so.
I couldn't keep track of everything that was going on, not just because the names are French. Um, like there's hit squads and business rivalries and like what the heck? It certainly shatters any sort of illusion or facade that Freemasonry is purely a what society, of um, what like-minded, what, I don't know, how do they present themselves, or how do they try to present themselves as like just and
Like an organization or brotherhood of good
yeah,
men making better men or something like that.
benevolent, benevolent, benign, if at worst benign, but more explicitly, ideally, they want to be seen. I mean, yeah, and there is some good, like the Shriners, right?
I was gonna
Aren't
say
they
the Shriners are linked to Masons. You have to become a master Mason to become a Shriner.
a Master Mason?
Yeah,
So it's not even, they're not even just an offshoot. You got to be a bigwig, right?
yeah, because I think when you enter the Masons, you're kind of like an apprentice, and then there's levels you go up and eventually
Yeah.
become a master Mason, and you have to be a master Mason, become a Shriner.
Yeah, but like any organization, not everybody in the organization has bad intentions.
Yeah,
That's very true.
absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and they do a lot of, there are, I mean, I had a friend when I was growing up, um, born with spina bifida, and he had surgery after surgery to, you know, keep him
Better his
alive.
life.
Yeah, improve, reduce his pain, just keep, yeah, several emergencies. And they paid for none of it.
Yeah, Shriners is awesome.
Right. Yeah,
And I believe the Masons and the Shriners especially are considered to be like, oh, what am I trying to say? One of their one of the things they try to do is to help other people in a lot, however they can. So I definitely
headquartered
wouldn't
in
say that
Tampa, Florida. Sorry, I'm talking over you.
no,
I
it's
just saw
okay.
that. Yeah,
I
that's
have
like
family that was a Shriner. So
really.
yeah,
So yeah, you're speaking from experience then, not reading off a
well,
Wikipedia article. Well,
I mean, it's not like I was old enough at the time to really know anything, and they're sworn to secrecy, as you know, so it wasn't really, none of their
yeah,
secrets got out to me, especially, but it's not all bad.
yeah.
This one
So,
definitely seems kind of, this article in particular does seem like they were
well,
up to no good.
these were not Shriners. We need to be extremely, very explicitly clear about that. Those Frenchmen were not part of anything close to what
To Shriners
the
International,
Shriners International. Okay, Shriner, yeah, formerly known as the Ancient Arabic Order of the Nobles of the Mystic Shrine. Isn't that a mouthful?
it just a bit. I can see why they
Founded,
shortened it to Shriners.
yeah, founded 1872. There we go again. See the Enlightenment, Romantic era. So yeah, looking over towards um, history of that region as being kind of, yeah, interesting. I
Freemasons is strictly a boys' club too. No women
Yes,
allowed.
Oh wow.
wonder what their views on trans people are.
Uh,
We should not get into that right now. Um, the
um,
I remember seeing the Shriners in parades a lot, in like clown costumes, riding around in little cars and honking the horns or something, I think.
Where
The
did they have their fez on?
the red fezzes, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I saw it as clown costume. Maybe they were actually like the Arabic robes or something, or Arabic inspired. But yeah,
Remember
fezzes as official headgear. Fraternal regalia often features camels, pyramids, the Sphinx, other ancient Egyptian and Arabian symbols.
that's the Shriners. That's not Freemasons, though.
Yeah,
I believe it's only the Shriners that wear the fez.
yeah, yeah.
I got
That's
something
that's
real
what
quick.
I remember seeing the Shriners with the red fezzes, but I thought they
Yeah,
were clown costumes. Maybe they weren't. Maybe, but I don't
you're
know.
probably just surprised by their hat.
Yeah, maybe.
You don't see a fez very often.
No,
I've never heard that word, a fez.
fez. Yeah, it's like red cone with the flat top. It's like it would be a very long, tall, pointy cone, but it's chopped off like right there. And then there's a little black tassel on top that kind of, um, yeah,
And there's little emblems on them.
yeah.
You
If
want to
you
know something funny?
look up Fez,
Everybody watching,
What's
press
that?
that thumbs up button. The funny
that's
thing
not
that I
funny.
just left to go get my pills, to take my pills, and the reason I was gone so long is because I was looking for my pills. I'm looking everywhere, high and low, and they started off right next to me.
How it
Um,
always is.
Yeah, it usually works
yeah,
that way.
I was looking for this, and I brought it with me earlier when I started, and yeah, I wish I can go to Amazon and buy a new brain.
Wouldn't
Um,
that be nice?
yeah,
That happens two or
same day
three times
delivery.
a day for me with my phone.
Oh, I lose my phone sitting down all the time, wondering where it's at, patting my pockets. Then I stand up and it falls and hits the ground.
Yeah, my phone's usually right next to me, and I can't find it.
I've looked for my phone while I had my phone in my hand.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I've been there.
pull out my phone to press the Find My Phone button
Mm,
and then feel foolish.
I use my
Happens.
watch.
mm.
Oh, yeah,
Or
that too.
look for your phone.
And
I
then
was looking for my phone and I
beeping
was on it.
loudly in your pocket. No.
One time I was looking for my phone and I was on it. I was telling somebody, hold on, I'll take the number down. Give me a second. Let me get something. I'm looking for my phone. I'm like, oh, I could just type it in the phone. Yeah, bad memory. Funny memory. But yeah, I looked
Epilepsy,
up
epilepsy memory
I looked
capacity.
up a fez and
Yeah. Have you seen them?
no,
No?
I don't think I've ever seen one.
I
Um,
wonder if there are. I want. Well, I don't. Maybe it's because it's headquartered close by. Well, in the Grand
oh, I
Central,
have seen one of
Tampa.
these. It's
Yeah.
like the one Aladdin wore.
Yes.
Um, it had to be connected to a Disney movie. I'd never remember.
I think that the fez is originally from Morocco, from the Barbary states, northern Africa region, not actually an Arabian thing, but I could be wrong about that. I'm not 100% certain.
Um,
Did you know that the United States' longest standing unbroken treaty is with Morocco? Unbroken peace treaty is with Morocco.
that must be good,
Did
right?
not.
It's got a long name, but it's something um treaty of friendship.
Um, I was gonna look up a fez and get one on Amazon. That'd be interesting. But
You just show up one day with your fez on.
yeah, just randomly see if you guys notice.
Yes, the
Uh,
Moroccan American Treaty of Friendship.
Mm.
When was that from?
That was signed in 1786.
It's a long time
Nice.
ago.
Yeah,
Before the French, who helped us gain our independence?
yeah.
That's strange. And who
Well,
we
the
fought,
French at
died for?
1786, they were still revolting, weren't they? Like revolution, not
Yeah, I
off-putting.
guess.
And then there was the whole Napoleon business who kind of marched around Europe and so I don't know if we were necessarily aligned with Napoleonic France or not.
Yeah,
And yeah, and Britain was still, freshly the bad guys
right.
about to invade again, right? 20 years later,
Mm-mm-mm.
1812. So yeah, but the Moroccan American Treaty of Peace and Friendship was signed um, because, well, it was signed as part of the first ever war that America fought. It was with Islamic nation states in the north of Africa who were um, basically living off of piracy in the Mediterranean as part of their um, kind of their whole culture was centered around that. Um, and they would hold nations um, shipping, merchant shipping hostage, and you either pay up or you die, essentially, was their thing. So it was part of what they call religiously called considered in the Quran the jizya, which, you know, uh, what was it, Christians, the Christian states, which they considered Britain and all of the European, Western civilization, they just collectively considered Christian, regardless of, you know, um, but they were allowed to pay a tax um, without dying. So Britain, France, a lot of those, Italy, all of those nations paid the Barbary nations in North Africa to just leave us alone. Don't bother our shipping, and so they paid the tax, the religious tax. But as soon as America separated from Britain, we were a different nation. So these, um, it was like Tunisia, Algiers, Morocco. Um, I don't know, I think there was one other, but they all basically said, okay, well, America's not covered under the ransom that Britain is paying us. So American merchant shipping in the Mediterranean is all fair game for us to go. And they were capturing and um, enslaving American merchants, taking shipping and just taking it. Um, so it was President Thomas Jefferson at the time who, um, basically contacted him. Like he said, "Hey, like what's up? We don't have any quarrel with you. Like if we don't mean you any harm, why are you doing this?" And they basically just said, "It is our duty. It says in the Quran that we can and should do this, so we are doing this." Um, and that is what sparked the formation of the American Navy. Before that, they had kind of an idea that the the nation would have no standing army, and they wanted that to include no standing national navy. But this had to change here because our shipping couldn't protect itself without the backing, the oomph of actual nation. It was starting to become clear. Hold on, I gotta plug in, my battery's dying.
In the meantime, if you haven't pressed thumbs up yet, go ahead and press it. There was something else. I'll wait for you to go, Mark.
Yeah, I can't find the cord.
Yeah, you guys, there's a comment here when we were talking about the war. It says, wasn't Jeff in that war? I think so.
Jeff was not in any war. He's in favor of peace.
Jeff is a man for peace. So no,
Yes.
he was not in that war. That
And
was
he
from
was
Angel.
physically disabled from the one that I was capable of fighting in.
Yes, Jeff is a man of principle.
There we go.
That too. I like to
Uh,
think that I am.
we're gonna bring you back one day to talk about that because I did one day want to talk about. Um, there was a topic we talked about: is war necessary or something like that? Uh, talk
Yeah,
about that
is
a
war
different
ever
day.
justified?
Is war ever
No,
justified? Okay,
no. A group of men
another
can
day.
sit down and solve all those problems.
Oh,
Well,
we talk about it now then.
I don't know. That should be, I think that should be a whole different conversation. This is just
Go
like the
ahead.
history of because so yeah, they were destroying our ships left and right, or destroying our merchant ships left and right. We needed something like their shipping, or their pirate ships were armed well enough that our merchant shipping couldn't afford to arm itself. Um, Basically, they were sending out gunboats against just regular, I mean, even just regular citizens, like down to pleasure yacht type craft. They would just anything um, that had an American flag. They just so um, that was the very first USS Constitution, the very first USS Enterprise. I think it was. I think there was a third one, but they built these frigates, the fledgling navy, and they said, okay, you need to go and defend over there. You need to take care of this. Um, they were um, uh, they were able to do that within the constrictions of the Constitution, but the Constitution didn't allow a um, a fighting force, a physical fighting force like an army to be created. That was supposed to be what the Second Amendment was for in the militia. It was supposed to be the actual populace that would make invasion impossible. And without a standing army, the United States would effectively and by necessity be a pacifist nation. Without an army, we can't go defend. Um, but with every single person armed, it's almost impossible to come and invade. Um, but that wasn't working out internationally overseas. So the Navy was created, and um, but um, to do what, right? They couldn't be sent into war. Couldn't be There could be no war of aggression at that point. Um, but the Navy was able to serve at the president's discretion. So they um, created, that was the formation of the United States Marine Corps. They built these gunboats, and then instead of having a standing army, they had the Navy manned with um, defensive fighting force. And so um, President Thomas Jefferson basically said, okay, go out um, into the Mediterranean, don't attack anyone, but if you are attacked, self-defense completely justified. You can go ahead and do what you need to address any threats that come towards you. So that's basically what he did. And the first Barbary War, he basically went in and they were attacked by pirates. He just obliterated them. They were, I think it was the port of Algiers that he ended up blockading because they were kept firing on him. And I need to the whole full story is fascinating, and I don't remember. Haven't studied it in detail enough to be able to recount it in the detail that it deserves. But the first Barbary War was so quick that I mean the Barbary nations were seen as this massive threat because of the piracy, and they were getting paid off exorbitant fees because they were considered so powerful. But when it actually came down to somebody who um, stood up for themselves rather than just um, uh, paying paying them off when threatened and rolling over, um, they weren't as as powerful. They weren't as threatening as everybody had believed they were. So the first Barbary War was followed very quickly by the second Barbary War. Um, I don't recall if Morocco was involved in the first Barbary War, but I believe that either with the Navy coming in for the second or already from the first Barbary War, Morocco just signed the Treaty of Friendship. They were like, we saw what happened.
We want no
We don't
smoke.
want, we don't want to mess with that. We want to be friends. What you offered the first time, you know, yeah, they, so they are our longest standing peace treaty. But the other Barbary nations um, did not accept those terms so easily. So the second Barbary War proceeded, and that just completely um, dismantled the threat of the Islamic Barbary pirates in the Mediterranean, opened it up for shipping. Once all of the European nations saw um, how impotent a threat those pirate nations were, they all stopped paying the jizya as well, stopped paying the ransom, and their shipping was fine. It wasn't, they were never actually threatened. They were just paying because they had been paying because they believed that they had to pay, which was only because they had been paying. Like it was circular and never necessary, really, if they had just um, stood up to the bully effectively. That's what really it came down to. If you look at if you break down the social dynamics, they were um, the the pirate nations were bullies, and once somebody stood up to the bully and everybody else saw the bully, you know, get knocked down, and it was, yeah. Um, there you go. Way more history than anybody bargained for when tuning into
Uh,
this podcast, I'm sure. But
uh,
um,
Fascinating.
yeah,
I'm
I
down.
recommend looking into finding at least a little summary. There's a couple like YouTube video summaries that in 15 minutes kind of explain the whole dynamics and a little bit more of the details. But the creation of the Navy and the United States Marine Corps predates the formation of a standing military in the United States. Fun fact.
Yeah, I learned all about that, in grade school, but who remember, I can't remember that stuff. I guess there are
Yeah.
people that can, but I can't remember from that long ago. But we did learn
It's
all
not
about
always taught in grade schools too. It's not a lot of this stuff is not really well covered anymore. Hasn't been since before the 90s. The,
that. Yeah,
the the grade school education that you got was very different from the grade school education that
yeah,
that we millennials got.
sure.
So, um, yeah,
Yeah, we
but
were taught to duck and cover
oh my gosh, I can't imagine. I can't
Wow.
imagine what that was like.
every day.
Yeah.
We had lessons in duck and cover. It was very comforting to know that if a nuke went off, we would be safe because we were under our little desks.
Mhm. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. I mean,
Uh,
every year, my mom drilled into us how to find an internal structure with tornado warnings and stuff. She
Yeah,
made sure that the weather was felt threatening enough. But the hurricane seasons here in Florida, a single hurricane can bring through so many tornadoes. Um, that's really, in many ways, the tornadoes and a lot of the outer bands are a bigger threat than the sustained winds in the center of a hurricane. Um, because yeah, tornadoes.
Tornadoes can just drop.
Yeah,
yeah,
and the winds in a tornado vortex can exceed those of the sustained winds in a hurricane, like at the core of a hurricane, because those are measured way up in that high altitude when they send the plane through. How fast the winds actually are down at ground level in the eye wall of a hurricane is very different from the ground level winds of a tornado. So yeah, um,
What are the typical wind speeds in in a hurricane?
I mean it varies based on the size, but much lower than um, here we can uh,
um, I
let's
never
see.
like been around tornadoes and hurricanes and stuff like that, but you guys have. Obviously, California, we don't get that type of stuff. Uh, so yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just a fly on the wall for that conversation, and that's one interesting to listen to because I know nothing about hurricanes and yeah, and tornadoes. We get earthquakes and wildfires. Um,
yeah. Category 1 goes from 74 to 95. Category 2 is 96 to 100. Category 3 is where major hurricanes, where the delineation between them,
Mm-hmm.
normal or whatever, non-major. But yeah, 111 to 129. 4 is 130 to 156, and category 5 is 157 and up.
Yeah,
But that's at the
F3.
huh?
Go ahead.
That's at the level that the Hurricane Hunter planes are flying through the eye wall. And that's also sustained winds for a period of 2 minutes or more. So It's a bit different if that actually occurs at ground level. If we assume the same speed at ground level, 2 minutes of 157 miles an hour versus a tornado passing over quickly. I don't know which would be, yeah.
Well,
But the
tornado
outer,
wind speeds in an F3 is 158 to 206, an F4 is 207 to 260, and an F5 is 261 to 318.
yeah,
And I'm pretty sure an
at
F5 hit here or
Mm.
at
close to
ground
here.
level, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was one that hit around here back in the early 90s that I believe it was either an F4 and F5. I think it was an F5 and it was over a mile wide and traveled for a whole lot of miles.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
I never
Aren't the
experienced anything
aren't
like that, and I do not want to experience anything like that. I would love to live on the East Coast, but I've never been through things like that. Tornado warning. Uh, yeah,
Oh, we get tornado warnings all the time
yeah.
especially in the spring.
yeah,
Wouldn't like to
they
live on the
make the
East Coast.
warnings they make the warnings based off of what they observe in the radar. If they see some rotation, which
Hmm.
happens way, way more often than any actual tornado forming. Um, yeah, spin up in the clouds at high altitude and spin down at the ground are very different.
And even most tornadoes aren't anywhere near that large. Most of them are much smaller. But it's not unusual to have, 50-mile-an-hour winds just 'cause around here.
Never. Not in California. Wow.
Yeah,
50-mile-per-hour wind.
yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
lean just to stand upright.
it's not that
Mm.
bad.
It is
But
that
It's
then
bad.
again,
not.
I'm
It
used to
can't,
it.
yeah, it is that bad. Yeah,
It is. Uh,
yeah.
It can
we
Well,
were
be.
to somebody who never grew up in that sort of, every day, yeah, wind blowing at 30 to 50 miles an hour and then
a lot.
stopping when you're leaning into it and you're not used to, okay, stop. It's like, whoa. I didn't realize
Mm.
how hard it was just to stand up until it was easy to stand up again.
Definitely not a leave your hair down when you go outside kind of day. That's for sure.
Yeah, I
Mm.
can imagine.
Um, I was just thinking because Mark had hair when I first met him. Uh,
I
he had a
mean,
lot of hair. You had a
I'm
I
lot of
can't.
working,
hair when I
I'm
met you.
working.
He cut the sides of his head for the EMUs today. So
Yeah,
I was just thinking of
yeah,
Mark's hair
I'm
blowing in the wind,
growing it back. I'm getting,
working on it.
working on it, getting my
You
curls.
gonna grow it back out?
Yeah, I mean, at least a little bit. I don't know. It's not, I like having, it's too much work to keep buzzing it. I just leave it. I don't know. It- I- um,
If anybody
yeah.
wants to see Mark with long hair like this, like
Oh,
this video, press
yes,
that thumbs up button and subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. I got something crazy here. If you don't want to keep going, Mark, I got something.
sure. What do you got?
I got something that says Mexico's nightclubs $300 cover charge for U.S. citizens captures popular mood. Owner of a Japan nightclub says this is the response to a year of insults directed at us as a country by the United States. Mm. Japan is the name of the nightclub, not the place. It is
Okay,
in Mexico. I had to specify that because I read it and
that
I was like,
was a little, yeah, a little
A nightclub named Japan that's in Mexico? That's
not
yeah,
complicated at all.
not
yeah,
at
not
all.
one bit. I wish I can go to Mexico and go to Japan at the same time.
Well, now you
But
Technically, you
can.
anyway,
It
can.
just costs you
Just go.
$300.
no. So they are getting like How much is $300 in Mexico? It's like $300,000 or something like that.
I don't know, but it goes a lot further than it does here. That's for sure.
Yeah, you're a rich man if one person comes tonight. Uh,
I
okay.
mean, I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, but yeah, it's definitely. I can't imagine it costing anywhere near that for the locals, because that would be, I mean, unless it's just meant to be a very exclusive sort of place, you know, just keep out the pores.
Um,
Um,
300 American dollars is 5,177 pesos.
yeah, but how much that translates to like living, walking about money sort of thing, you know, the exchange rate doesn't really capture um, how far that goes, you know.
Well, I mean, if I could turn $300 into 5,000 pesos, it sounds like a decent amount of money.
No, because $300 is 5,000 pesos. It's just
That's what I'm
e-
saying.
equivalent. That doesn't mean that it's the same as having $5,000 over here.
Oh no,
It's
I know that.
just so,
one
yeah,
dollar
I mean,
is like the exchange rate for pesos to dollars is 0.058.
Mm,
So it's about 6 cents. One peso is about 6 cents, almost.
okay. All right. Well, I'll read the article here. It says a Mexico nightclub has gone viral for charging Americans a nearly $300 cover charge, while citizens from other country pay just $20 for access, and Mexicans and other Latin Americans pay only $14. The Instagram announcement from the nightclub Japan in the Roma Norte neighborhood has been liked over 26,000 times and received more than 200 comments, mostly supporting the policy as part of the broader revolt in the capital against what many see as U.S. takeover. It's not that we charge gringos more, it's that we offer discounts to people that need it, says the nightclub in its cheeky Instagram post. The cover charge is 5,000 pesos. Citizens of the USA don't get a discount. The post goes on to say that citizens from any other country get a 93% discount. Mexicans and Latin Americans get a 95% discount. And students and teachers get a 97% discount, paying
what
just
about
100
American
and
students?
I believe it says all Americans, we're going to pay that $300 cover charge
Yeah, but then they said students.
from any other country.
Yeah, but
They didn't say,
uh,
but
uh,
it says
given
paying just
the
150
uh,
pesos for nightclub access. Uh, the club's owner, Federico Crespo, said that the tiered pricing was a reflection of deteriorating Mexico US relations under Donald Trump. This is a response to a year of insults directed at us as a country by the United States, he said. It's very much a response to many attacks against Mexico from Trump. However, Crespo said the cover charge system was a response to the gentrification and touristification of the city. The nightclub post is a part of a general backlash in Mexico City against what many see as an invasion of Americans and other foreigners in trendy neighborhoods such as Roma and Condesa, driving up prices and displacing locals. Last year, protesters took to the streets in a furious march that points at turned violent, uh, with marchers dressed in black, smashing windows of local businesses Afterwards, the streets were littered with broken glass, the walls covered with furious graffiti saying, "Get out of Mexico," while Mexico City has long been a popular spot for American visitors. There was a noticeable increase during the coronavirus pandemic when many from the US took advantage of work from home policies to flock to the Mexican capital where rents were far more affordable. The result of this rise in so-called digital nomads has been proliferation and Airbnbs, soaring rents in desirable neighborhoods, and a general shift in urban environment. In some acres of Mexico, English is heard as much as Spanish. The trend reflects similar tendencies around the world in cities such as Barcelona, Genoa, and Lisbon, which are also popular with digital nomads. Local people complain that new arrivals are taking advantage of cheaper living conditions, often not paying local taxes and eroding their communities. Crespo said the extra money from the cover charges was distributed among workers at Japan. It's a way to give the money to the people most affected by the issue, rising rents, the soaring cost of living, and need to commute longer distances to get work. By giving the workers the money collected from the cover charges, we help them out a little bit. Yeah, so that's the article. And upcharge the Americans. I like how they think. I mean, I'm not going there, so but
Mm,
I
I
like how they
mean,
put that.
it seems like all of the same arguments um, in favor of illegal immigration into this country from Mexico apply equally in this case towards um, Americans in like why is it necessarily a bad thing if English is heard more in Mexico City in some areas when it's celebrated as a good thing that Spanish is heard more than English in some parts of America? Like, why is it a bad thing that Americans are um, availing themselves of um, government services and infrastructure in another country without paying into the tax system that provides those services when it's not a bad thing that illegal immigrants into America do the same thing. It's you can't say
Uh,
this is a bad thing when it's not seen as a bad thing in here. Like it's the same. It's the same. You can I mean,
I don't, I'm trying to remember where I read it was a bad thing.
well, it's they don't explicitly say it's a bad thing. They just say, you know, all of the same things that conservatives in America point out as happening because of illegal immigration into this country, they're saying is happening over there and pointing it out, and the citizenry of Mexico are complaining about it over there, and they're becoming agitated and hostile to it over there. I mean, why isn't it's the same? It's the same. Those
I mean,
people,
they're not agitated by their prices. Someone's just pointed out.
no, they're agitated about the Americans coming in the same way that conservatives here are
Oh,
agitated about the illegal immigrants from Central and South America are coming up into the United States.
Difference, Mark,
Their position is the same as the Republicans' position on immigration here in the United States. So,
The difference is that we're raising their prices on everything at enormous levels. Uh,
I mean, they're,
we're ruining part of their heritage. There are towns over the border where
I
English
mean,
is the main language.
yeah, I mean,
Uh,
conservatives make all those same
Yep.
arguments about illegal migrants coming here into America. So why is it
yep,
a bad thing when it's happening down there, but something to be
because our
celebrated?
economy can handle it much better than theirs can.
Can it though? I mean, our economy
Yeah.
is kind of all over the place and has been for a long time. Or
Oh, yeah, it has been. There's no question, but I still believe that we're more capable of handling that issue than
okay,
they
but
are of
so
handling that
so
issue.
Central America aside then, because quality of life. Why is it necessarily a bad thing then in Genoa or Lisbon? Why are they pointing it out as being, you know, why is American culture from, why is cultural erosion a bad thing over there? Like, I mean, I don't know. It's the
I think
same.
it is.
It isn't. Well, I mean, it's why isn't it a bad thing here? Why isn't cultural erosion of the
I
American
think
way
it
of life
is.
a bad thing here?
I'm
So,
not
I
saying it
mean,
isn't,
I think it's
but
not affecting us as
but
much,
but
it's
so it's not something
yeah,
to point out.
but
right.
then so the areas where, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, we have a much larger population and a much larger land area than Mexico, and we can handle that change in culture or that additional culture
I
a
mean,
lot easier than they can.
they're
Yeah.
moving into and gentrifying all of these, desirable neighborhoods and whatnot, but that's not necessarily, it doesn't stand to reason that that means that the entire rest of the country is being negatively impacted by that, right? A few
Right,
Americans moving in and Airbnb, a few Mexican homeowners deciding to Airbnb out their
Mm.
desirable homes, you know, landlording over American citizens and raising rent prices to match the American citizens' incomes. I mean, I would say kudos to Mexican landlords in that sense, right? Why is it necessarily a bad thing? It's not raising prices in Mexico across the board. They're saying it's in these enclaved areas where Americans are just as likely to be hurt as native Mexicans.
right.
They're, they're
And
not dis
there are
Mexican
also
culture.
Canadians there. The Canadians have, in a large part, have stopped going to the desert and are going to Mexico.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's something that I haven't heard mentioned a lot there too.
Yeah,
Did they say that
yeah.
in
A
the
lot of
article? Did they say anything about Canada in the article? I don't
Nope, they
recall
just
a
talked
lot
hearing
about
of
that.
the
American citizens. American
a lot of
citizens
the
get charged
people
more.
uh, that I knew from the desert uh, have not renewed their rental for the winters, and they rented places in Canada for the winter. Um, my
I mean,
neighbor
well,
who owns his house is Canadian, and he hardly came down. He came down only a few weekends.
There's a comment here. It says, "Imagine being from a Latin country that was part of the U.S. before Trump was born, and being told to go back to your country, or that he wants to deport Puerto Ricans." Hmm.
Deport Puerto Ricans to where? Puerto
Uh,
Ricans American territory. Send them
oh,
where? They
I
were
don't
born as
know.
American citizens. What the heck? Oh my God. Yeah. Imagine that. Imagine.
Uh,
Ah, yeah. Or like Hawaii, the history of how Hawaii became a state. America just needed a naval base halfway for the Pacific in order to get across. So we're just like rolled in.
mm,
Hawaii was a monarchy. We just said, hey, Hawaiian royalty, we're in charge now. You're going to be a state. Congrats.
mm, mm.
Like,
Right.
okay, well, what could they do against, the American Navy, as we've discussed? We can just steamroll in and say, hey, no, ours. Okay. I don't know. I
Um,
think most Hawaiians are pretty happy as Americans now, though. But back then, it was kind of a dick move, right?
We've
yeah.
made a lot of dick moves as a country.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's hard to remain a country without making some dick moves, though. If you really look at history, if you don't make some of those dick moves, somebody's gonna be a dick to you. You're gonna get
Seems
dicked
like we're
over.
making a lot of them.
Yeah, if you're not doing the dicking, you're gonna get dicked. Uh, uh, okay.
um, there was a response to your comment, and it said it happened though. So
It happened. I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, it
the
did.
Puerto
Lots
Ricans getting deported.
getting deported. Yeah, to where though? That's what I'm saying. Where can you deport them to? Like where?
I
Send
can.
them
But
I'll
if
read
you're
the
a Puerto
comment
Rican
again.
and you moved to the continental United States, then Trump just up and said, no, you got to go back to Puerto Rico.
But Puerto
I think
Rico
this,
is an American territory. Every
It's
Puerto Rican born there is an American citizen by
I'm not
by
arguing that
virtue
fact,
of the
but that's what
14th
he
Amendment,
did.
right? So, but no, but I got to find one. No,
Go
bad.
take it out on the head dick in
No,
charge.
it's
Right.
ah, I don't know.
the, the response again was exactly. Um,
Um, bad, bad.
yeah, you
No,
sent me an article.
I sent you many articles. You got to be more specific.
Oh no, I just send them back to you so you can know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
And
okay. Yeah. You're like, yeah, you're my external memory storage backup.
yeah, check out the link I sent.
Where did,
That's for
oh,
you. You
okay.
sent me that, so I assume you wanted to read it.
I don't know.
Uh,
Yeah, I'll read it if
about
you want me
cats.
to. You want us to talk about, cat news? Yeah, I
I
can see
mean,
why. It would make sense for me to read this one
you
because
gave it to
this
me.
is this is
Um,
my right. Well, cat news is kind of my thing. Everybody who comes to any of the the in-season Zoom meetings gets updated on my cats. So the cat
before we go
news.
into that,
Yes.
um, before we go into that, there's a comment here. It says something about the rental prices matching minimum wage incomes kind of tells voters to look into the mirror, to put it bluntly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, back to what Jeff had said, minimum wage is kind of a problem. in a roundabout way. Minimum wage and rental, like, yeah, it's messed up the entire upward mobility of a generation in a way that it was not expected to. At least I don't think it was expected to, was it?
No, not at all. It
Mm.
was expected, Joe, to have good effects on the country and grow our economy, and it worked great.
Mm.
It did.
Okay.
Look, I mean, from where we were when I was a kid to where we are now, it's you wouldn't believe the advances. I mean, from 19 from the 50s to now, it's just it's a whole different world. You'd think
Yeah.
that aliens had landed there.
If
Yeah.
we
When I look
started
at
discussing
pictures,
there,
I was looking
yeah,
at some old pictures, and America back then was all black and white. Uh,
yeah.
one or the other.
Oh,
Uh,
okay. Yeah, that too.
More so than you know.
yeah, more so than other um, races. But that article about cat news, you want to go into that?
Yeah.
It's all
Um,
you.
yeah, so it's all right. Allergy season, the the oak trees are in bloom here. It's mm, I don't know. I'll be able to breathe again in like 6 weeks. But Japan, something about the Japanese culture, it seems like they really love cats. There's a lot of cat stuff that comes out of Japan for some reason. Like those cat cafes and stuff. I think the idea of cat cafes came from Japan. Um, yeah, but this one, a Japanese team has discovered why cats leave meals unfinished. Doing some important research there. Uh, cat Cats leaving their meals unfinished is not only due to felines being full, but also due to a scent. The research team said on Wednesday. Uh, the university team has said it confirmed a cat's appetites wane once they get used to the smell of their food, while a whiff of a new scent encouraged them to eat again. So they're not stopping because they're full. They're stopping because, yeah. In the study, the team led by Masayo Miyazaki, a professor at the university. I should have just said that. A professor at the university conducted a 10-minute feeding period and then a 10-minute interval after a 16-hour period in which the cats were not given food. Oh, that's mean. The cycle was repeated 6 times. The through the study conducted between January 2023 and February 2026 and covering 12 healthy mixed breed cats aged 3 to 15 years, the team studied how much cats ate in line with differences in food and scent. What? The team studied how much cats ate in line with. Okay. Well, the team found that cats are ate less and less as the study progressed when given the same food each time, with many cats leaving their meals unfinished. When cats were given different types of food, the team observed improvements in the cats' waning appetites. The introduction of the scent of a different type of food brought back their appetites, even though the cats were eating the same food throughout the experiment, the team said. The team's study published in the International Science Journal Physiology and Behavior underlined that cats' appetites may have declined when they became full or when they became used to the smell of their food or were simply full and recovered them when they were exposed to new stimulation. Are they just saying the same thing multiple times now?
Sounds like it.
Yeah, the team believes this odor-driven mechanism is the reason why cats tend to eat frequent and small meals. Our study helps sick cats that struggle to eat to increase both their appetites and food intake by adding a new scent to their meals, Miyazaki said. Yeah, that makes
So they're
sense.
basically saying if you give me McDonald's every day, then one day you give me Burger King, I'll eat the Burger King faster and stop eating the McDonald's as fast.
Yeah,
Um,
probably. Yeah. Or it's saying
I'm more likely to have McDonald's
if we give you
leftovers,
a
is what it's saying.
McDonald's and then take it away and give you Burger King halfway through, you're gonna start eating the Burger King faster.
Hmm. Makes sense.
Yeah.
You guys are
You don't
making me want
know,
a burger.
you never know if it's gonna be taken away, right? You got to get it down.
Right.
Because they're gonna make you wait 16 hours again next time, right? Uh, Poor cats. They're teaching them more than just the scent, right? Or the cats figure, well, I don't know. Maybe that's why it took so long for them to do it. 12 cats between January 2023 and February 2026. Okay, yeah, that's a long time for how many? I don't think it said how many. But I don't know. That lines up with what I see when I feed my cats here. I don't know what about you guys? I know Andrea and Jeff, you both have cats. Do you see them eating some and then walking away before it's gone?
Definitely.
Or
Bruce.
one thing, my mom, she's a dog, and now that you say that, her dog does the same thing. Um, she'll have a bowl of food, but my mom will give her like raw meat or whatever, pig ears, raw fish, stuff like that. And she'll eat that and leave the food there. Like that'll be her meal for the day. When that comes out, she'll pass on whatever is in the bowl first and go for the new stuff. But yeah, she's no cat.
Well, yeah. I mean, when you get the good stuff, you got to fill up on it, right? And then you
Right.
got to save room just in case.
There
Because,
might be more coming.
yeah,
And
yeah,
if not, I got some of that old over there. Got some of that McDonald's just in case this new
yeah.
Burger King.
Do you
Yeah.
feed
So
them canned food or dry food?
I feed it nothing because it's not my animal. And that's
Whoa.
why I don't have animals
Get the
because
point
I
of the
feed it.
question I asked. God damn it. I can see how
Do
frustrating
you
I
feed it?
get to
No,
some
I do not
people.
feed it.
No,
Yeah,
okay. How does the dog get fed? What is the dog fed? Canned food or dry food?
the dog is fed dry food.
Yeah, thanks.
You said, how is the dog fed? I was going to say by mouth, but yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
gosh. Yes, that's exactly what I would have said to my mom if she was in the like, yeah, by mouth. Orally.
Um,
Yes. We do not feed
there
the dog
is
rectally.
some comments here. There's an argument with you in
Oh,
the comments. I'm not going to say an
oh wow.
argument, but I know you're going to take it to an argument, Mark, and they are talking to you. It says, when we were talking about it says something about the rental prices matching minimum wage incomes kind of tells voters to look in the mirror, to put it bluntly. And then it says, I'm pretty sure minimum wage was expected to cover more than a new house, all food, education, etc., when it was originally recognized as a requirement anyway. Then another
Wow.
comment came from Angel saying, back in the 1950s, one parent could work on minimum wage and it would cover the whole family. Now in 2026, in certain areas like Philadelphia, minimum wage, you need both parents, and that might not cover the rent. Wow.
Absolutely. There's no question that Angel is right. Back in the 50s, one parent worked and the mother always stayed home raising their children.
And they live good.
And and they live fine.
Bought houses and everything, and now nobody can afford to buy a house
You,
or
you
even
know,
groceries.
when I bought my first house, I paid 47.7 furnished. I mean, can you imagine what you would get for that now?
You can't even
You,
buy a
And
house for that now.
right, and you didn't
You
have to
can't
put
even.
down 20%, you put down 10%.
mm. Yeah, these days I think they give you all kinds of loans for being first-time homeowners and all that. Um,
Yeah,
but yeah, house is expensive.
Well, the
yeah, it's
subprime
crazy.
mortgage crisis really did a whole number on the home ownership prospects for us millennials. It's like we came of age right at the peak of a recession that was centered around um, housing unaffordability and banks failing, getting bailed out while they're repossessing everybody's houses. It's like foreclosure fiesta. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's um,
You had that Elon Musk article if you want to move forward. Um,
oh gosh, Elon Musk. Um, I don't know. There was um. Hold on. What about the bunnies?
oh yeah, go ahead. I'll send you this article though. Check that out. You send it to me, so I'm just making sure you get these that you sent to me. Today is Mark Day. Everybody
Mm,
enjoying Mark Day?
mm,
Mark is in control of
stop making
everything.
me uncomfortable. Like this is, you're doing it intentionally at this point now, aren't you?
Yeah, I started off intentionally doing it.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
so if you guys are enjoying this, oh, Mark, you got a lot of likes. I mean, if the likes are based on for you, uh,
If making me uncomfortable is what's getting likes, then
yeah, you got 6 likes, man.
oh,
They're enjoying it. Thumbs up to you guys for thumbsing up 6 times. Yeah,
oh, in the chat. Okay, over here. Wait,
yes.
Musk versus Altman. Do you want to do the Musk Altman one first or the bunnies?
The bunny sounds fun because you found it, and yeah, go ahead. It's on you.
Okay, well, bunnies. Yeah, that sounds um here.
The bunnies that glow in the dark.
Yes. Yes, yes. Headline. Scientists breed glow in the dark rabbits. Because why not? Right? Some people ask why. True scientists ask why not. Researchers from the universities of Istanbul and Hawaii hope the technique can lead to new ways to produce medicines. Okay, well, there's the why. Uh, as part of an effort to improve treatments for life-threatening illnesses, a team of scientists have created rabbits that glow in the dark. Their efforts produced two rabbits out of a litter of eight that went from being a normal fluffy white to glowing green in the dark. Uh, the rabbits were born at the University of Istanbul as part of a collaboration between scientists from universities of Turkey and Hawaii. Okay, that explains what this picture is that they have here in the article. It's if we should, can you screen share or something? Can I wish we could show this somehow, but
We'll figure it out one day.
Yeah, someday we'll know what we're doing. Um, the rabbits show a genetic manipulation technique. No, the rabbits glow to show it that a genetic manipulation technique can work efficiently, though the specific color is more cosmetic than scientific. The green is not important at all. It's just a marker to show the experiment can be done successfully, said Professor Stefan Moisiadi. Maybe,
It's
hopefully.
hilarious.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sir. Um, to produce the glowing effect, researchers injected jellyfish DNA into a mother rabbit's embryos. Those altered embryos were then inserted back into the mother. Similar experiments have resulted in glowing cockroaches and cats. Oh my gosh, they made the Fallout cockroaches. Really? Glow in the dark cockroaches? Are they making that up? Is that a hoax? That's got to be a hoax, right? That's straight out of the Fallout universe. Eventually, the researchers hope the technique can lead to new ways to produce medicines. Mo, Moise professor said. Um, the final group, the final goal is to develop animals that act as barrier reactives to produce beneficial molecules in their milk that can be cheaply excreted, especially in countries pharma plants that make drugs. To make drugs that usually cost $1 billion. No, wait. But wait. Mm, okay, that usually. Oh my gosh, I'm going to start this paragraph over. The final goal is to develop animals that act as barrier reactives to produce beneficial molecules in their milk that can be cheaply extracted, especially in countries that cannot afford big pharma plants that make drugs. That, to make drugs that usually cost $1 billion to build and be able to produce their own protein-based medication in animals, professor said. Um, the rabbits are expected to have the same lifespan as their non-glowing counterparts, but the professor said he understands people can object to this kind of experimentation involving live animals. To the people against, I say, think about what are the benefits and what are the injuries. And if the benefits outweigh the injuries, let's go with the benefits. The professor, a native of Turkey who is now with the University of Hawaii, started developing the project back in 2006, and researchers are now waiting to see if pregnant sheep produce similar results.
Gonna
Cool.
make glow in the park people next.
I don't know.
Would you volunteer for that?
Would you
Fuck
want to glow
no.
in the dark? No.
I can see where it would come in handy with parenting sometimes because it'd be easier to find your kids when they're hiding from you in the dark. But
I mean,
that's not a good enough reason.
yeah, if it's something that can be consciously turned on and off at will, then yeah, why not? That sounds
Do you
really
think they have
convenient,
to,
actually.
do
If
you
I
think
could,
they have to sit out in the sun and charge up before they glow?
I, that's a very good question. I want to know. Yeah. The picture shows like a small litter of tiny little, what apparently I guess are rabbits, but there's one at the top and one at the side that are like glowing bright green. Like those glow in the dark uh stars that for to put up on the ceiling. Yeah, same color, right? The charge up, and then after you turn off the lights, they glow for a while until they lose that energy that they built up from the light. Um, Yeah, it's interesting because the photons that hit those glow in the dark um, stickers, they when they hit it, they transfer their energy into the molecules of those glowing reactive molecules, and they jump the electron energy up to a higher level temporarily. So as long as the light keeps hitting it, it keeps those photons, or the photons keep the electrons orbiting the molecules at a higher energy level than they normally would be, like at whatever given temperature in the room. So when you turn off the light, eventually those electrons start to calm down. They're at an energy level that they can't normally sustain. So they calm down by emitting a photon of their own. So it's basically the exact reverse of what happened at first when you turn on the light and the light hits it, the photon comes and the photon gets absorbed and jumps the electron up. And then afterwards, the electron jumps down. And in order to do that, it emits a photon back out to release that energy so that it can get to the closer orbital level. Um, so that's why that glow in the dark kind of wore down after you turn off the lights for a while. It needs to be charged up in order to or it needs the lights being on in order to charge up. But they don't say anything about that here, and it seems since they used, I didn't they say they used a jellyfish? Did they
Yeah,
say?
jellyfish DNA.
Mhm.
Yeah, does like when the jellyfish are deep way down in the ocean, it's dark, 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 dark. Yeah, I don't think that they are absorbing sunlight and re-emitting photons based on the electron jump there. So it makes me think it must be something to do with their metabolism. It may simply be by virtue of having the energy of a mammal's metabolism that they're able to keep those electrons jumping, if that's the mechanism for this glow effect. Which, that's the only reason I'm jumping to this is because the color is that green, glow in the dark. And I don't know if that only happens or if that, yeah, I don't know if that color is only happening because of the electron jump, if the color can change based on a different molecule in there. There's a lot there's a lot going on in there that would be, proprietary research information. And I'm a mechanical engineer, not a biologist. So, um, yeah, I am way out of my comfort zone in terms of uh, technical expertise. But they're really cool. And
You
yeah,
wouldn't
to
say
anybody, huh?
whether a glow in the dark bunny is a good thing or a bad thing.
I don't think it does anything harmful to the rabbit to glow in the dark. So
Does the rabbit
I don't
know
know.
that it's glowing in the dark?
I think rabbits have eyes.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I
Look at your
don't I don't know to what degree rabbits have awareness of their own like self, you know. But um cat person that I am, I do observe very often that, Big Mike um, almost entirely black. He's like a tuxedo cat, got a little white patch on his chest right there, but otherwise solid black. And he finds dark colors or black things and he lays on them. And Poofy,
Blends.
yes, camouflage is in. Poofy is a tortoise shell colored Mancoon, and she's those browns and blacks and whatever. She blends in very well in certain like outside, and like she looks like a rock a lot of times. And I see her, there's a particular rock that has kind of a brownish color similar to her like average coat color. And like all the time when I'm out there, like on Zoom meetings with you guys, or um, just out there for chilling, walking back and forth, and I see that rock through the corner of my eye. I'm like, oh, Poofy. Like, nope, that's not Poofy. That's the rock. So yeah, she camouflages really well there. She also, surprisingly enough, blends in very well on a an oriental rug, um, like the reds and the patterns and whatnot. It all when she lays out in the middle of it, unless you're looking, it's easy to miss the cat and step on her. Um, it is very easy. Uh,
So you have
yes,
stepped on her.
personally, no, but it has happened. Yes. Um, yeah. Or kicked. I've kicked her.
Mm.
She forgave me though.
Are you
That
sure?
happened a lot with
Yes.
Jinx a lot when I got him, but he's
Yeah.
black.
It's so easy. Well, he knows it, right?
He does now because we both had painful experiences because of it. He's
No,
been
but
kicked, nearly stepped on.
he knows that he's black, right? They tend to he pick dark or black things to lay on and sit on, curl out or curl up?
Not necessarily that I've noticed.
No.
Well, I mean,
What about
he'd pretty much know if he was white.
I mean,
Well, my previous cat was white and orange, and I learned very quickly once I brought a black cat into the house to really pay attention to where you walk, especially when the lights are out or when I'm in
mm,
the kitchen, because it has very dark hardwood floors, dark laminate. And there were a lot of near accidents when he first came home.
Okay. A comment here
wh-
says, "Do you think being studied and or made might relate to anything camo related? Dang, you all beat me to mention camo by 1 second."
ah, um, but I mean, so they, the cats seem to know what color they are. So circling back to that initial question, do they think the bunnies know that they're glowing or not? It seems possible. I mean, they they share a lot of the mammalian DNA that we share with cats, and we know how to camouflage. Cats seem to know how to camouflage and seem
Um,
to have a sense of self-awareness, what they look like and what uh, and are able to know what to look for in order to find places that look like them.
wouldn't it
So,
scare them? Like if doesn't glowing in the dark, doesn't it cast a shadow? But wouldn't they
I
have
mean,
like a shadow coming from directions they never notice?
their shadows would be radiating out from them and in every
They
direction. So
definitely
any
know.
direction that they would look, I think they would already be casting a shadow. Um, so I don't know if they would necessarily notice those shadows, but
Do
I
you,
would guess the rabbits would know that their siblings are glowing in the dark.
that's what I was going to ask is, do you think that they are treated the same by the other rabbits or
That
differently
will be
because they're
interesting.
glowing?
Yeah, that would be interesting to see how rabbit society accepts. Do they embrace the newcomers, or will they be shunned by their rabbit peers? Yes. Um, it will be interesting to see what happens with the sheep. If they get glow in the dark sheep, can they just shear those sheep and make glow in the dark um, sweaters,
Clothing.
clothes?
Part of
Yeah.
what part of the sheep is glowing? Is it just in their fur or is it in their skin?
The
You
image
know,
of the rabbits, it looks like the fur is glowing.
it does.
Or what if it was just the nose, like Rudolph? Just saying. Everybody
But
was like, Rudolph's
Rudolph
nose
could
is
control
glowing.
it, right? Rudolph could control his nose, couldn't he? He could make it brighter,
I can't
or
remember.
I don't remember either. I don't know.
I just
Um,
wish I could retain as much information in my brain as you do, Mark. You
yeah,
amaze me with all of the facts that you have.
It's
yeah,
disorganized trivia more than anything useful.
But you still got it.
yeah.
It's
You
still
got some
there.
Yeah,
history. I just
it would
listen.
be.
I tune in.
I gotta find a way to monetize this if I could, like, go to trivia nights and steal the winnings or something, or just I don't know. There's a lot of people much smarter than I am now, and so
not on here.
well, I, I do some stupid
Definitely
stuff
not in our
too.
group.
Well,
um,
I just wanted to say I have to go because I have to do some things and take medicine on a certain time. But I really enjoyed it. And thanks for having me.
It's great to
thanks
thanks
see
for
you,
for
Jeff.
coming.
coming, Jeff.
Take care. And I'm switching over to YouTube now.
All right, see you
Press that
there.
thumbs up button.
Hit that thumbs up.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button. Jeff is going to join you guys in the comments. But to that Musk versus Altman article you sent me, I send it back to you so you can read it.
Oh boy, my
Yeah,
favorite. Um, wait, where'd you? Okay, over here.
yes.
Okay, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, but it'll take a while, I can imagine. But
Hold
so
on, hold on. Before you go further, someone said they would need to know the frequencies they can see and the frequencies emitted by the glow.
that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are rabbits colorblind or not? That's a very good point.
Hmm.
I don't know the answer to that. We gotta
We found something Mark doesn't know.
somebody's gotta look that up and share that info.
Yeah, look that up.
Inform us. Yeah.
Yes, we are uninformed at the moment. Let us know how that goes because anything that Mark doesn't know also interests me, just like the thing Mark does know.
Well,
uh,
Oh, I
that
looked
would
it up.
basically just encompass everything, right? If both the things I know and the things I don't know. That's all the
I think
things.
it's more interesting when we find something you don't know
Okay.
because you smile. You smile even harder when you talk about something that you do know. So
I like I like helping people, and the best way I've historically been able to help people is to inform them, share knowledge. It helps me feel useful. Um,
I'm here for it. Yeah, this Musk versus Altman. I thought you would ask me to read it, but it's Mark Day, so
well,
Altman.
you, yeah, you sent it to me, you said, so,
You sent
I
it to me in the
assumed,
beginning, so I
right, but
just
you said you
ah,
sent it back to me, so I assumed it was my job to, because, Pookie's,
there you
Pookie's
go.
stealing Mark Day.
I'm here for it. Mike's in your hands.
No, Mike's in the living room. Um, okay, so week one, a Musk v. Altman, week one. Um, Elon Musk says he was duped and warns AI could kill us all, admits that XAI distills OpenAI models. So there's a lot there, right? Just in that headline
Yeah,
from MIT Technology Review. In the first week of the landmark trial between Musk and uh, OpenAI. Okay, yeah, I guess he's suing the whole company, not just Sam Altman, is he? Between Elon Musk and OpenAI, Musk took the stand in a crisp black suit and tie. Very important detail. Argued
Very.
that OpenAI CEO Sam Altman and President Greg Brockman had deceived him into bankrolling the company. Along the way, he warned that AI could destroy us all and sat through revelations that he had poached OpenAI employees for his own companies. He even confessed to some audible gasps in the courtroom that his own company, XAI, which makes the chatbot Grok, uses OpenAI's models to train his own. Okay. The federal courthouse in Oakland, California was packed with armies of lawyers carrying boxes of exhibits, journalists typing away at their laptops, and a handful of concerned OpenAI employees. Outside, protesters lined the streets carrying signs urging people to quit ChatGPT, boycott Tesla, or both. Uh, Musk looked calm and comfortable, slipping in the occasional quip in his distinct South African accent, another important detail. But he was also full of remorse. I was a
Sure he
fool who
was.
provided them free funding to create a startup, Musk told the jury. He said when he co-founded OpenAI in 2015 with Altman and Brockman, he was donating to a nonprofit developing AI for the benefit of humanity, not to make the executives rich. I gave them $38 million of essentially free funding, which they then used to create what would become an $800 billion company, he said. Musk is asking the court to remove Altman and Brockman from their roles and to unwind the restructuring that allowed OpenAI to operate a for-profit subsidiary. The outcome of the trial could upend OpenAI's race toward an IPO at a valuation approaching $1 trillion. Oh my God. That that's got to be a like a landmark or milestone of some sort, hasn't, right? Trillion dollar. How many trillion dollar companies are there? Meanwhile, XAI is expected to go public as part of Musk's rocket company, SpaceX, as early as June at a target valuation of 1.75 trillion. Okay, there's at least one other. Um, um, so yeah, this week's testimony revolved around a central question of the trial: why Musk is suing OpenAI. Yeah, well, Musk argued that he was trying to save OpenAI's mission to develop AI safely by restoring the company to its original nonprofit structure. OpenAI's lawyer, William Savitt, who once represented Musk and his electric car company Tesla, countered that Musk was never committed to OpenAI being a nonprofit and instead was suing to undermine his competitor. Who is steward of AI safety? During his direct examination early in the week, Musk painted himself as a longtime advocate of AI safety. He said he co-founded OpenAI to create a, quote, counterbalance to Google, which was leading the AI race at the time. He said that when he asked Google co-founder Larry Page what happens if AI tries to wipe out humanity, Page told him, quote, that will be fine as long as artificial intelligence survives. Ah, what? Um,
Hold on. Quick comment.
hmm,
Someone said Musk wants it for himself.
I mean,
Keep going. Gotcha.
yeah, and I, yeah, I doubt anybody has absolutely purely benevolent motivations when it comes to uh financial stakes at that scale, right? It's hard to um
Couple $1 trillion companies.
right. Well, making it into a $1 trillion company or keeping it a nonprofit that will never make you that sort of money, right? Do you sell out or not? I guess that's kind of the question there, right?
I mean, I'm
Or
poor, so I'd sell out.
was he being deceived? I guess. Whatever. We'll read on. Uh, quote, worst case scenario is a Terminator situation where AI kills us all, unquote. Musk later told the jury. Savitt stood at the lectern and argued that Musk was not a, quote, paladin of safety and regulation. As he cross-examined Musk in his sharp surgical cadence, Savitt pointed out that XAI sued the state of Colorado in April over an AI law designed to prevent algorithmic discrimination. Um, Musk's lawyer, Stephen Molo, sprang to his feet to object. He asked the judge if he too could weigh in on ChatGPT's safety record. The lawyers then entered a heated debate about who was the true guardian of AI safety. The sparring continued the next morning. Quote, we could all die as a result of artificial intelligence, said Molo, suggesting that OpenAI could not be trusted to build AI safely. Quote, despite the risks, your client is creating a company that's in the exact space, Judge Yvonne Gonzalez Rogers said sternly, referring to XAI. Quote, I suspect there's plenty of people who don't want to put the future of humanity in Mr. Musk's hands. Hmm, that's, yeah, there are plenty. When the lawyers began talking over each other, the judge snapped, this is not a trial on whether or not artificial intelligence has damaged humanity, she said. When did Musk think he was being duped? Is a question here. As Savitt continued to cross examine Musk, he pressed on the idea that Musk had never been committed to keeping OpenAI a nonprofit. He also claimed that Musk waited too long to sue OpenAI, filing after the statute of limitations ran out. Musk explained why he sued in 2024 rather than earlier, describing, quote, three phases in his views, or yeah, describing, in quotes, three phases in his views of OpenAI. In phase one, he was enthusiastically supportive of the company. In phase two, quote, I started to lose confidence that they were telling me the truth, end quote. In phase three, I'm sure they're looting the nonprofit, in quotes. So in 2017, Musk and other OpenAI co-founders discussed creating a for-profit subsidiary to raise enough general to raise enough capital to build artificial general intelligence. Musk wanted a majority interest in the subsidiary and the right to choose a majority of the board members. He also pitched having Tesla acquire OpenAI. Uh, I was not opposed to being a small for profit that provides funding to the nonprofit, he told the jury, as long as the tail didn't wag the dog. But it was only in late 2022 Musk testified that he, quote, lost trust in Altman and his commitment to keeping the company a nonprofit. The key moment came, he said, when he learned that Microsoft would invest $10 billion in OpenAI. I texted Sam Altman, what the hell is going on? This is bait and switch, he told the jury. Microsoft would give 10 billion only if it expected, quote, a very big financial return, he said. Is Musk just trying to kill competition? Savitt argued that Musk was really suing to undermine OpenAI as a competitor to his empire of tech companies. While he was on the board of OpenAI, Musk was also running Tesla and his brain implant company Neuralink. He founded XAI in 2023. Savitt pulled up an email that Musk had sent to Tesla vice president in 2017 after hiring uh, a founding member of OpenAI to work at Tesla. Yeah, I'll try to say Andrej Karpathy. The last name is easy. When it's a J at the end, it's like, how do you, I don't know.
Probably
Um,
just Andre.
Andre. Yeah, I mean, it's spelled Andre. It's just with a J at the end. So, yeah, I think you're right. Thank you.
You're
Um,
welcome.
the OpenAI guys are gonna want to kill me, but it had to be done, he wrote. When asked about it, Musk was flustered. He claimed Karpathy had already decided to leave OpenAI when he recruited him to work at Tesla. I believe it's a free world, he said. Savitt pulled up another email that Musk had sent to a co-founder at Neuralink in 2017. He wrote that they could, quote, hire independently or directly from OpenAI. When pressed about it, he sounded frazzled. It's a free country, he said. I can't restrict their ability to hire people from other companies. Savitt also pointed out that Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink, and X were socially beneficial for profit companies like OpenAI. He stressed that XAI was also a closed source for profit company, but Musk claimed that XAI was not a real competitor to OpenAI. Quote, we're not currently tracking to reach AGI first, end quote. In fact, Musk admitted that XAI uses OpenAI's technology. In response to Savitt's relentless questioning, he said XAI, quote, partly distills OpenAI's models. Some people in the courtroom gasped. Distillation is a technique where a smaller AI model is trained to mimic the behavior of larger, more capable models, so it can run faster and more cheaply while performing nearly as well. But some AI companies have pushed back against the practice. In February, OpenAI accused the Chinese AI company DeepSeek of distilling its AI models. In August 2025, Wire reported that Anthropic had blocked OpenAI's access to Claude for violating the company's terms of service, which prohibit, among other things, reverse engineering its services and building competing products. I mean, that makes sense. They don't want to give you their product service to actively aid their competitors, right? Quote, it's standard practice to use other AIs to validate your AI, said Musk. Uh, Next week, Stuart Russell, a computer scientist at UC Berkeley, will testify about AI safety. Brockman, who has been taking notes during Musk's testimony, will also testify. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to think about that last. It's standard practice to use other AIs to validate your AI, said Musk. Oh,
Mm.
is it? No. I mean, no other competitor would openly admit to it being standard practice if doing so is violating the terms of service of, having access to their competitor's product, right?
Mhm.
But it makes a lot of sense to use somebody else's AI
To test yours.
chat, yeah, an AI chatbot to test your own, right?
Mhm.
Basically automate the testing because paying all of your employees to chat with a chatbot for hours and hours and hours and hours when you could have it sped up tremendously by
Do it
having
in
the
a few
computer
minutes.
chat with itself. Huh?
So you can do that, and AI can do what we can do in 10 minutes.
Right. Yeah. That's what they're. So I don't know how standard it is. It, yeah. What do you guys have any thoughts, opinions on what this is
Um,
doing, whatever?
I didn't look too much into it when you sent it to me. Um, but yeah, I was just listening.
Yeah. I mean, I don't blame you for not looking too much into it.
I didn't want to be.
Court stuff is never super thrilling. When it's not a murder trial or not a football player or both, um, it's yeah, it's not usually as attention grabbing. And yeah, in this case, basically two nerds arguing over their toys.
What I
Yeah.
did hear was they were in a town right next to where I did live. I caught on to that.
Oh,
They were in Oakland. I stayed near there. I put it like that. Yeah, I stayed near Oakland, and yeah,
cool.
Elon's all over the bay every now and then, so everybody will see him driving a little moped. Well, not a moped. He had a Vespa. Isn't those like a electric scooter?
Those little scooter things,
Yeah,
it,
someone had a
like
picture
it, like you
at
see
a
in
red light,
Italy.
smiling.
Or really,
He
I
had his
mean, I guess it
helmet
makes sense.
on.
He lives somewhere, right? He
Yeah,
exists as a human in this society, so people eventually or occasionally happen to see him. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like such a different world over there where you are. I don't know. You talk about like how all of the hurricanes and whatever back then when you mentioned living east over here, like earthquakes and Elon Musk over in California. Like it's how do you do it?
uh,
Oh, there was a rocket last night. I forgot to mention before I left the
Rocket News.
yeah, Rocket News. There was a Falcon 9 that went up in Vandenberg last night where you would have been able to see a night launch
Oh,
towards the sky.
you didn't let me know. That's near here,
Oh,
so yeah,
yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I
it's
dropped the
all right.
ball.
You
Yeah,
were having a bad day yesterday.
it was. Yeah, it was. I
Yeah, it's
You're
slept.
okay.
forgiven.
Yeah. Um,
But that would have been interesting to see it in the dark. Well, not in the dark, but at
they're
night.
really good. Yeah, the night launches in particular are really cool to see. Um, yeah. Let me see. There was something I saw recently about, there was, SpaceX wants to start landing more boosters at Vandenberg, I think. So you might see them coming back down too, arcing up over and then, yeah, oh my gosh, all these pop-ups. I'm trying to find the news article that I saw about it, and it's one of those sites that just covers with
I hate that. All the
pop-up things.
pop-ups.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the other article here that you sent me about the U.S. appeals the 158-year distilling ban, home distilling ban.
Yes.
They
Well, hold
declared
on.
unconstitutional. Um,
Good. Yeah. Why repeal prohibition and maintain home distillation ban if home brewing is okay, right? Why is sending that through a still, heating it up and then cooling it back down again and letting some stuff boil off? Why is that, right? I don't
right.
know. I mean, this would have been, could have been, no, almost certainly would have been a problem if this had happened while I was still actively alcoholic. Like, if I could make my own, oh my gosh, I would try that. And I would
Do
mess it
you
up in
think
some
that
way,
the people
almost
who were
certainly.
distilling the alcohol were alcohol could have been alcoholics? Maybe that's
Oh,
why they started home doing it so they could
yeah,
make it themselves.
sure, yeah, but um, not
I know that.
everybody has the issues that I do. I don't know. Some some would probably just say I don't handle my liquor well. I just once I start drinking and I get momentum, I just can't don't stop. It's like once I start drinking, the point is to black out, and I don't know why. And I can't, I mean, I can control myself and I can hold off in some cases, but then it starts becoming an exception, and I can, oh, look how I can handle the exception. Like I managed to stop that one time and not go way overboard and stuff. So yeah, there may be a lot of people who drink very heavily, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have the addiction process, like the same sort of problems, the addict's mindset, right? Um,
Everybody out there, push that thumbs up button. Shout out to Mark. 6 years clean of alcohol.
6.5,
Big
a bit more than
applause.
6.5, coming up on 7 in August. Thank you.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Yay.
Um,
Um,
I'm only a
yeah,
year, but I didn't exactly have a problem. I was just occasional drinker.
just a good thing to do. Just healthy. When you can smoke
Yeah.
more
Last
weed,
time I drank
why keep
was
drinking?
Easter.
Hey,
Easter of
yeah,
2025. That's the last time I drank. Then when I started this, it was just like, okay, well, got to be an example. So quit. But it wasn't like a cold turkey thing because it was already hadn't drank in 4 months, so it was just like, okay, we won't do it again. Um, I sent you the other article that you sent me about the. Oh, I thought you were gonna go further into that brewing conversation, but there were some comments here, but these ones are taking us back. We'll move
Uh,
forward.
which one? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to find a different article from a different news outlet about that booster. Oh, and they're doing the same thing. Is it even the same? I don't know. I give up. But yeah, SpaceX doesn't launch the boosters back down at Vandenberg as often as they land them here at the Cape. So I don't know how often sonic booms happen over in California. Um,
Um, I don't even
or
know what that
if it
is.
would be
So,
audible. The sonic boom, you don't know what a sonic boom is? When an
um,
object is moving faster than the speed of sound, it creates a shock wave. And when that object goes past a person, that shock wave expands at the speed of sound. So the object will have been past you for a while, but then when that shock wave hit, it's the same. I mean, a shock wave, uh,
I've heard of the word sonic boom, but I've
yeah,
never experienced anything like it.
it depends on, I mean, it depends on the size of the object and the speed that it was going, how big it is. But it sounds like anywhere from like a little firecracker to a, you know, bomb going off, rattling windows and stuff. When the space shuttle would land at
What about
Cape
pipes
Canaveral
on a
here in Florida, go overhead on its way down to the runway, and the windows would rattle. Boom.
or like the pipes on a Mustang and make the popping sound once you rev it?
Oh,
Uh,
that's a different process. Yeah, that's a different. Yeah,
okay.
I'm sorry.
I sent
That's
you the other article that you sent me. I sent it back to you. So,
You don't want to hear more about sonic booms?
huh?
Just you don't want to hear more about sonic booms?
Oh yeah, we can keep going to sonic booms, but I just making sure that you know I sent that article to you.
Okay, cool.
Everything that you sent me, I'm sending it back to you.
Oh my God, I sent you so much stuff though. We were talking about this before we started live the live stream today. I sent you like three entire shows worth of material in the chat there. Don't try to keep sending it all back at me here. That'll keep us, we'll be live streaming for like 36 hours straight. I don't
I
have
don't have
that.
that much time.
Yeah, I don't have, I mean, we're at 3 hours now, and that's usually kind of where we start running down. So be careful. Don't send me a big meaty project or meaty thing. We gotta keep some of the, oh my gosh, that's a big one. Wait, learning game. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Let me see. The distilling ban. See, post. Okay. Yeah. The kid. Okay. Yeah. I got it. So, the the headline sounds a lot less interesting than it actually is. So I'll just start reading. The ability to link new pieces of information together and the capacity to solve entirely new problems reinforce each other as children grow. Researchers tracking elementary school students over 3 years found that improvements in learning associations predicted later gains in reasoning, and vice versa. These results, published in the journal Intelligence, show that these two foundational cognitive abilities develop in tandem rather than strictly operating in isolation. Associative learning is the mental process of forming connections between different pieces of information. Remembering a person's name by linking it to their face or matching a vocabulary word to its basic definition relies on this process. Experiencing these connections allows people to organize scattered pieces of input into useful structured knowledge. In a classroom, associated learning forms the bedrock of basic memorization, sequence recognition, and early concept formation. Fluid intelligence involves a decidedly different set of mental tools. It describes a person's ability to think abstractly, adapt to unfamiliar situations, and resolve novel problems. Instead of relying heavily on prior knowledge or memorized facts from a textbook, fluid intelligence requires the brain to analyze new patterns in real time. Both mental processes mature heavily during late childhood, setting the stage for lifelong academic achievement. Prior psychological theories debated how exactly these two attributes interact over a child's lifespan. Some early models proposed that fluid intelligence acts as an innate baseline tool that individuals apply to learn new associations. In this view, a naturally high reasoning ability allows a student to detect patterns and gather knowledge at an accelerated pace. These theorists argued that fluid intelligence serves as the main investment engine during educational success. Other theorists suggested the exact opposite direction of growth. They proposed that the ongoing process of learning combinations and patterns slowly builds over slowly builds overall problem solving power. Under this framework, children who engage in active, effortful learning experiences gradually assemble the flexible thinking capacities necessary for high level reasoning. By continually practicing new associations, a child stretches their cognitive ability over time until abstract problem solving feels more natural. Recent developmental frameworks view the brain as a highly active, interconnected network. Under these mutualism models, distinct cognitive abilities like memory and reasoning do not develop in isolation. They are thought to mutually reinforce one another over the years, meaning a breakthrough in learning efficiency might trigger subsequent improvements in analyzing complex patterns. To test these developmental models in real time, Shuizhu Ren, Shuizhu Ren, an
That's right.
education researcher at Guangzhou University of Science and Technology in Wuhan, China, and a team of colleagues conducted multi-year tracking study among elementary school children. The researchers wanted to see if superior performance in associative learning actively predicted later gains in reasoning ability. They also wanted to measure whether early reasoning ability predicted later associative learning gains. The study followed 160 fourth grade students in China. Teams evaluated the children at three distinct points, with testing each session spaced exactly 12 months apart. The scientists tracked the students from the fourth grade through the sixth grade to capture a critical period of cognitive development. To measure associative learning, the researchers used computer-based trial. The team introduced the children to sets of abstract graphics, each of which mapped to a specific letter and a subsequent secondary graphic. After Predicting these chains of associations, the children had to locate the exact three-part combination from a lineup of incorrect choices. To measure fluid intelligence, the investigators administered two standard reasoning tests. One test asked the children to look at progressive geometric patterns that contained a missing puzzle piece. The students had to determine the hidden rules of the pattern and select the correct shape to complete the sequence. The other test presented strings of numbers or letters that followed a specific logical progression, challenging the students to find the single item that broke the rule. The team also evaluated students on their working memory and processing speed at the beginning of the study. Working memory acts as a mental notepad, allowing people to hold and manipulate short-term information. Processing speed measures how quickly the brain can perceive and react to simple visual cues. The team wanted to be sure that any relationship between learning and problem solving was not just a side effect of having a naturally faster or more spacious mental workspace. For the working memory evaluation, students completed a visual spatial task where they had to remember the locations of red sequences that briefly flashed on a grid. They also completed a direction-based task that required them to inhibit their natural reflexes. To measure processing speed, the children completed a rapid-fire visual task requiring them to determine which side of a grid contained more dots or triangles. On a general level, the researchers found that students who scored high on associative tasks tended to score high on reasoning tasks. A steady positive correlation existed between the two distinct skill sets across the entire group. To understand how abilities grew within each specific child, the researchers used statistical models to separate. Okay, this is starting to get a little.
Repetitive.
Yeah, well, we don't need to know the full research methodology and how they, right? So,
I
yeah.
was thinking,
Jumping to the end, tracking students across a wider span of ages might reveal whether these mutual benefits hold steady during earlier childhood or through adolescence. Certain tasks used at the initial testing point also demonstrated lower internal reliability, which might have muted some of the early data patterns. If cognitive skills truly develop in tandem, school curriculums that balance memory building tasks with problem solving challenges might foster broader intellectual growth in students. So, yes, more experiments need to be done. The scientists say they need more tests, more funding, more fun. We need to know.
some of those
Here's
tests,
here's yeah.
some of those tests should be done on epileptics, the cognitive test and the memory ones. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah, see how much it if it changes
oh, definitely. It'll change
through
every time we meet. What did we talk about last time? I hope you wrote it down because I don't remember.
what was last time.
No, I was just talking about like if you go
Yeah,
to a therapist and they ask you that. Remember what we talked about last time? No.
yeah.
Um,
I don't even
what was
so
there was oh, never mind. I was gonna change it. That's changing topics. I won't change topics. Go ahead.
um no, it's fine if you want to if topic change happens, it happens. It's read the
Uh,
article. It seems less interesting than I thought it would have been. But
um,
yeah,
what was it? What was I gonna say? I
children.
changed pages because I was just jumping topics or whatever. But that's the reason I had said that out because I was looking at something else. But if you want to switch topics, uh, Skinwalker Ranch. That
Yeah,
was
I
that
mean, that could be a whole day on its own, pretty much. We could do Skinwalker Ranch Day.
maybe
Maybe
maybe we'll hear
Saturday.
about
We
it
could do
today.
maybe. Well, I don't have. I mean, like I mentioned, 3 hours is a good like winding down point for me usually. Um, and this could be a whole, like I said, a whole discussion on its own. 3 hours, another 3 hours starting now. I can't manage that. So I don't think I can do Skinwalker Ranch justice today. We got to talk about it. I'm sorry. Another time. Tune in
Uh,
next time for Skinwalker Ranch Day.
Smash
I
that
don't,
like button.
yeah, smash that like button if you want to hear us talk about Skinwalker Ranch. The secret of Skinwalker Ranch. Yeah. I told Andrea about it and
I spent 2 days watching it.
I spent
did
yesterday
you
watching it, so
did you finish?
no, I
Yeah,
finished some episodes, but not all of it.
I still have I've only I haven't seen season 6. I'm partway through. I think I got up to episode 7 on season 6, so halfway through there. But I'm realizing now I haven't seen season 5 either. So all of these flashbacks to season 5, I'm like, oh my gosh, now I want to go back and see it. But
yeah, I only watched the ones that were on Hulu,
yeah,
but there
yeah,
was like
season
3 seasons and I watched all of them.
yeah, season 1, season 4, and season 6. Yeah.
Hmm.
And I mean, it's a good cross section. It gets you kind of a good idea of the progression of the show, but there's yeah, like I'm
Um,
missing. I want to go watch
I checked it
season
out.
2 and 3
Uh,
now, and I want to see 5, and yeah, I
I
might
checked
have
it
to
out
actually.
because you said to check it out on Hulu,
Yeah.
Andrea, and I actually got Hulu through Disney, so it's not the same. The
Oh,
Hulu on Disney, I have season said 3 and 4, maybe. Yeah, there's two of them. But if you get Hulu, just the Hulu app, you'll get different.
1, 4, and 6.
Yeah, see, I think we got 3 and 4 on Hulu that's connected to Disney. And they have commercials. I thought I was getting a bundle and I was doing something good. No, it has commercials.
yeah, you got to
I
pay
hate,
the extra for the commercial free Hulu. That's been that way since time immemorial.
they didn't give me
Um,
the option.
well, because it's bundled with Disney, you're not
Right,
paying the extra shakedown money.
right. The Disney doesn't have commercials, luckily, but the Hulu does.
That's good.
And
Yeah.
then they don't have everything that the Hulu has when it's not connected to it. It's
Do they
a waste of time. Now I have too many streaming apps.
do they want you to
You and me
pay
both.
for Disney Plus Plus to get Hulu without commercials or something?
I don't know, but they
Oh,
gave me was it not? I think they gave me Paramount as well. No, gave me HBO, Hulu, and Disney, and all I had to pay for was 19.99 for the Disney one. But now I have too many streaming services to keep up because I have so many shows going right now that I just lose track of because other shows on other streaming services. Uh, but what else were we gonna talk about? Oh, Mark, you wanted to end it here because otherwise, I got some other stuff you brought to
I
me.
mean, we could start winding down. There's definitely I don't want to start going into Skinwalker Ranch because
It's
yeah,
a
like I
lot.
said, I don't have time. There's a lot, and I want to talk about a lot. Yeah,
Very interested to hear what you have to say about it when we get there.
yeah, I have some thoughts. I want to join. I was telling Pookie beforehand. I want to join Skinwalker Ranch Rocket Club. I'll build the rockets for them.
Yeah, they shoot a lot of rockets.
Yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, rewatching Skinwalker Ranch has got me thinking, like, yeah, that'd be a cool hobby to get back into. When I was little, I built rockets. It was my thing for a while. So I kind of, yeah, now I understand the physics. I can actually like do my own rocket stuff, and that would be fun. But yeah,
um, there was another link that I sent you. Yeah, I was hoping you could read that one for me.
um, hold on. Oh, season 5 of Skinwalker Ranch can be watched through the History Channel vault via Apple TV or
I have
Amazon.
Apple TV.
Oh, mm.
Yeah, another streaming service is going to waste because I have so much to watch.
Too expensive.
Yeah.
That's why you get the bundles. I don't get them. I get them when they're bundled, and then I just have too many now. Each one is connected to another one. It's like Disney came with three, so that was good. And then I have uh, MGM, and then Peacock and Paramount. So I have
Doesn't
six streaming
Amazon own
services.
MGM?
Huh?
Doesn't Amazon own MGM?
I'm not sure, but I have Prime and I have MGM. So now I have all of the buttons on my controller. I used to go to some of them and you got to log in. I didn't have accounts. Now I have too many accounts. But I sent you an article, Mark, and I believe you sent me this.
Um,
Not sure when, but about bananas. Check it out and read that for me. Oh wow, what is that?
hold on.
What'd you say?
Yeah, hold on. I gotta, I need to
Wait till you're
finish
done
my
chewing.
candy. Um,
I'll give you
It's
a second.
bad time. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, YouTube, making you watch and listen to this.
Gotta wait on the starburst.
Yeah, because I'm not going to spit it out. So,
In the
um,
meantime, everybody push that thumbs up button. Um, Mark is not going to spit out his starburst to continue, but he's next. So let him finish the
I've
starburst.
I've been next every single time this whole episode. That's
It's Mark Day.
uh,
They're loving it. Do it for the people.
for you guys. Yes. Okay.
I'm part of the people.
Yes. Okay. Eco News headline: The tons of banana trunks left over after the harvest are being turned into raw materials for clothing and paper, while mechanical extraction and controlled drying are accelerating industrialization. What if leftovers from your breakfast banana ended up in your t-shirt, your notebook, or even a fruit tray at the supermarket? That idea is moving from curiosity to reality as factories learn how to turn banana pseudostems into a standardized raw material for textiles, paper, and bio-based composites. Studies of circularity in banana farming show that only a small share of the plant becomes food. The rest is biomass that usually stays in the field or is removed as waste. In some production systems, The residue can reach around 220 tons per hectare, which explains why industry is suddenly very interested in this forgotten trunk. At the same time, researchers estimate that banana pseudostems generate tens of millions of tons of waste every year in producer countries such as Brazil. Those stems hold strong cellulosic fibers with tensile strengths that can surpass classic natural fibers like jute and sisal, which makes them attractive for yarns and reinforcement materials. For years, banana fiber showed up in small artisan projects. The big change now is that companies are organizing the residue as a proper industry supply chain with quality standards, traceability, and safety routines similar to other natural fibers. In Brazil, this shift became visible when FISEC FISEC highlighted FIESC acronym highlighted projects at the Sinai Institute of Textile Technology, SCNAI, another acronym. I don't know what it stands for. Uh, Institute of Textile Technology, Apparel, and Design. It develops fabrics from banana stem fiber specifically for large scale use. One of the initiatives known as Banana Textile, I don't know, with when the little like pointy arrow accent over the E when
Yeah,
I
I
don't
was
know how
thinking,
that.
might it be another language or might it be a
I
company?
mean, Brazil would be Portuguese, um, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Um, one of these initiatives took fabric made from banana stalks all the way to the final of the BRICS Solutions Awards, showing that the material is viable for industrial weaving and not just for craft markets. BRICS Solution Awards, BRICS. I don't know what that acronym is for either, but they're throwing all this stuff around like everybody should already know. I don't know. It goes on. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to read the rest of that article. It's kind of just
About bananas
a
being
lot
turned
of
into
words.
clothes.
We've already got the hint. They're doing it's a very interesting project. Very good idea to, we need the banana or we're growing the bananas anyway. We're already, so using the byproduct when it can actually, if it can actually be scaled up to an industrial scale like that, um, mm, and they said that the cellulose fibers can be stronger than some other natural fibers like jute. Um, so does that, what about the like the feel, the wearability of these textiles? Um, are they any different? How does it compare to cotton? You know, is it um like stiff and uncomfortable? Because I wouldn't want a t-shirt made out of jute, even though it's a strong fiber. It's like,
Scratchy?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So strong fibers isn't necessarily always a good thing, but there's a lot of applications where it is a good thing, and those are obviously the applications you're going to put it into and use it for. So, yeah, anything. I mean, if it's like the jute and it's all scratchy and whatever, jute is used and industrialized all over the place, and Can make a lot of really, really good cat scratching posts. Who knows? We might be seeing this in a cat news headline some point in the future. Banana scratching posts for cats.
I think
Um,
it's good that they're at least trying to take the waste of what we're already doing to grow bananas and do something productive with it rather than just discarding it or burning it or whatever else they do with it.
yeah, yeah, especially burning it. Like that's
Right. Well, it
and
says it towards the end of the article, instead of burning or abandoning the trunks, turn them into useful products that can eventually return to the soil. That just seems like a much better thing, do something with it if they can make it viable.
yeah, yeah, and yeah, biodegradable, return to the soil as opposed to uh oil and
Right.
petrochemical products like
Or burning it and
polyester,
polluting the air.
polystyrene. Yeah, burn in. I mean, it's a great carbon sink when it's growing, but you burn it, you kind of undo a lot of the progress you made, right? Um, yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Me too.
Um,
Um, like Andrew said, basically using it to it's going back in the earth. Uh,
yeah,
uh,
quality teams usually monitor average length, moisture, impurities, and more structured plants strength parameters. For the spinning mill or paper machine on the other side of the contract, the key is simple. They want banana fiber that behaves the same way every time. Yeah, consistency. Once you get consistency and the fiber, you can experiment and then get consistency in other products downstream once you know how everything will behave.
Yeah.
Yeah, alternative paper and pulp trials are moving from lab sheets to pilot lines. Thermomechanically pseudo thermomecha A recent open access study tested thermomechanically extracted pseudostem fiber. That sounds
Glad you're saying all these big words and not me.
right.
thermomechanically
Mark
extract
that.
pseudostem fiber. Stop saying it's Mark Day. Um, yeah. Biogas. That's another thing. The fibrous fraction is only part of the story. Pulp and sap that leave the decortication line can be turned into compost, solid fertilizer, biogas, or even liquid fertilizers. So yeah, they can use the biomass material and turn it into fuel for uh, turbines, turbine power plants. Um, you can, I think, either methane or further process it and from the decomposition process in and fermentation process into methane, and then further break the methane down into hydrogen. But once you get the hydrogen fuel, it's perfect. It's like the most perfect um, combustion turbine fuel you can possibly imagine, right? Because you take hydrogen and to burn it, you combine it with oxygen. So the oxygen molecule gets two hydrogen molecules that kind of little angle like that. So that's a little thing we call water. And that's all that's coming out the ass end of a combustion turbine that is burning hydrogen. It's I mean, talk about clean energy, right? From a combustion turbine. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Um, hydrogen. It's an interesting idea for, future technology moving forward. Because that's something, the existing infrastructure already is can be adapted once you start to well, I don't know. I don't know how much effort is being put into this concept overall, even to begin with. But um, if we can manage as a society to shift away from oil towards the gas part of oil and gas, and by gas I mean the methane extraction can be further processed into hydrogen, and if you can do that with the carbon capture process. So, because the methane is like the simplest possible hydrocarbon molecule that you can get, um, carbon and hydrogen, basically, right? So when you extract that, you can crack the carbon off and turn that, put that into a carbon sink, something like a plant, right? If you can get rid of that carbon dioxide, which is the byproduct of the methane processing to turn it um, into hydrogen for the fuel, then um, yeah, the problem is figuring out the carbon capture and making it a long-term capture or whatever. But even so, like it's the carbon dioxide emission from that can also be mitigated at the power plant level. So yeah, if the large scale production of hydrogen gas can be managed, then a shift from existing combustion turbine infrastructure over to being fueled by the hydrogen would just, you don't need to build completely new power plants for this new fuel technology. Once you get it at that level, you just, yeah, your existing power grid with some modifications can already handle it. So um, I hope that's something that is being pursued at scale. That would be a great way to help mitigate a lot of the power concerns that come with these AI data centers. They need so much electricity that they're talking about building their own power plants with these things. If we require the AI companies to invest a chunk of their profits into um, clean energy development, if as a requirement of being able to build their own power plants, which are a necessity of continuing to scale their business at the rate that they're doing, if we make it a stipulation that they have um, clean energy research and you know something what, hydrogen fuel, nuclear, something that's not burning coal, right? Burning oil. Um, yeah, I think we'd see power industry get transformed really quickly because there's a lot of money being geared towards AI. Um, yeah, if that's where everybody sees the future, then make access to that contingent upon not messing up the power grid or the environment in the process of ramping up their own like separate power grids. Um, End of rant. I don't know.
I
Thoughts?
had something. Thumbs up to everybody out there watching, and press that little bell so you know when we go live. And
Yeah, we almost went live
last night,
early today. You might have missed it if unless you get the bell notification icon, then yeah.
subscribe,
Otherwise, you'll
all that
never
good
know
stuff.
if we're actually streaming early or not.
Yeah, because it was a thought. But one thing I was gonna say is having insomnia. Last night I slept really good, and
How? Why?
because I
Uh,
smoked weed, and
Oh,
that's honestly what it was. I usually vape, and yesterday got some flour. Well, my mom got some flour, and then yeah, I smoked, and I was like, never been this high in my life because I haven't smoked in like 3 months.
it's like
So
a tolerance break or something.
a big
Even
tolerance
with
break.
even with the little pens, it's still.
It's still different. Like I've been vaping for 3 months without smoking flower, and yesterday was just different.
Did
It's
it
my
feel like
first
the
time all
vapes?
over again.
Did it feel like the vapes were still working that whole time? Or
I
did you
was
feel
laying
like
there
you
and I was thinking, this reminds me, I think I'm gonna have a seizure. That's how high I was. Is I didn't understand. It was like, I guess I haven't smoked in that long is why I'm this high. Um,
Hmm.
I was
So
so drowsy. I didn't want to
have
give
you
in.
have you still been getting high off the vapes?
Yeah, decent, but not as high as I was when we smoked flower yesterday. Not that high. That, yeah, not like I was yesterday. Um,
Can relate.
okay, let's
um,
move on to talking about drugs. I had this other thing I seen on the news. Uh, it's called COT, KHAT.
KAHT? Yeah.
Yeah, I seen it on the news yesterday. There was a drug bust, but I found the article right here after I
Really?
tell you what else.
That
The
is a
article,
very unusual drug to get busted with.
right. I didn't even
I've
know what
never even
COT
heard of it.
was.
I
Yeah.
don't know what it is.
Okay, listen.
Cathinone.
Listen in. It says CHP makes drug bust arrest in Merced County. What is COT? California Highway Patrol officers made a significant drug bust on Friday after stopping a vehicle on Highway 99 in Merced. CHP conducted a traffic stop on the northbound Highway 99. During the stop, officers observed several indicators consistent with criminal activity, according to CHP. And they want you to pay for the rest. But beyond that, if you look at the picture, how they wrap this stuff, it looks like how you wrap every other drug. And when they showed it, the picture of it on the news, it looked like stems to marijuana. So just imagine that. Cot, cot, and spell it KHAT. Um, Very interesting. I didn't think that was something, like Mark said, something to find around here. Um, yeah, look it up.
Yeah.
Mark, what do you know about cot? Or should I read
Uh,
what I have?
it's a pot is the name of or the name of a plant from the African Arabian area. At least that's culturally where it had been first and introduced, most best known, whatever. The leaves were chewed for a stimulant-like effect, um, in a very similar way to the um, coca leaves in the Andes Mountains. You know, there was a tradition of chewing them, and you get the cocaine being absorbed through the membranes in your mouth, and so cot, um, same thing, different substance. In the case of cot, the active substance is called cathinone. Um, I mean, it's another stimulant. It acts on dopamine and serotonin, a lot like cocaine. Um, yeah, it's hard to elaborate a lot more on cot, um, not having had any experience with it. Um, but like on a just
I
high
got something.
level high level description, it's
Uh,
yeah.
Um, it's illegal in the United States,
Yep,
classified as a
Schedule
Schedule
One.
One controlled substance under the Federal Controlled Substance Act because it contains cathinone, a stimulant with high potential for abuse and no accepted medical use. Possession, trafficking, or cultivation of pot is illegal and prosecuted by federal authorities. That's what caught my attention yesterday. Is this person had a lot of it? They had 110 pounds, um, and I wouldn't even have known it was a drug if someone like had some on the front seat or something. I'd be like, "Can you move that real quick?" Uh,
Yeah, if it wasn't packaged like a brick of drugs, it really
yeah,
wouldn't look like a brick of drugs. It's their own
that's
dumb
the only
fault.
thing that made it look like drugs. Uh,
Unless there's like sniffer dogs that are actually trained on cot. But it's so rare uh in the United States, and it's yeah, it's just not really worth the effort at the scale up, the extraction, the it just, you know, maybe that's changed. I don't know. Maybe things are a little different now. Maybe there's more demand. Um, it's yeah, hold on. Entheogen, yeah, for centuries religious leaders have consumed beliefs to stay awake during long nights of prayer. Let me see.
so you need a drug to stay up for
It's
long nights of
very
prayer.
well when you're a devout Muslim, there are
Exceptions.
different responsibilities than there are on others. I don't know. I mean, that's historically where it had primarily been used, where it was found and where it had been used was in the Islamic world. So I'm not saying that to just shit on Islam. Like that's, you know, nights of prayers, you know, particular religious leaders also have different responsibilities. So,
So they needed a drug to stay up.
I mean, they used it to stay up.
The religious leader.
Yeah.
This is interesting.
Um, Pot consumption is widely debated in Islam, with many scholars. Okay, this is Google's AI overview. So all of this, you know, should be seen just as that. But many widely debated in Islam, with many scholars classifying it as haram or forbidding due to its intoxicating drug-like effects. Drug-like effects. As a drug, it does have drug-like effects. Um, which cause feelings of euphoria, excitement, and eventual depression or numbness. Others view it as makruh. I think I'm pronouncing that, but yeah, discouraged or culturally acceptable, though evidence of harm usually leads to a prohibition ruling. So, hold on. Yeah. It's interesting. A lot of people in America don't realize or understand exactly how legalistic the um the religion of Islam is. Like every single thing is like actually categorized and broken down. And if it isn't already, then um it will be. And yeah, there are um, categories. Things are either forbidden, discouraged, um, what encouraged, or required. Um, so everything has a category. Um, so saying it's yeah haram means
They said
no
it's just like
bueno.
heroin. Um, I mean, that's rough.
Yeah. So evidence of harm usually leads to a prohibition ruling there. I think that, yeah, the harm principle, Islamic law prohibits things that cause harm to the body. Studies show that pot causes long-term health issues like cancer, heart attack, psychosis, and serious mental health combinations. So, cultural versus religious, though, while some communities, as in Yemen, have used it culturally, many religious authorities argue that its negative impact on productivity, economics, and health makes it prohibited. Interestingly enough, Yemen is a Shia population there. Um, they're a fiver Shia as opposed to 12er Shia, which the Iranian leadership are part of. So Yemen broke away from the Shia lineage after the fifth Imam, and um, so they technically they butt heads a lot with the historically they butt heads a lot with the 12er Shia and fought a lot very viciously with them because they, um, that's what you do. But um, they get all the Iranian missiles because 5er Shia, 5er Shia is closer to 12er Shia than it is to, so they might disagree on which imam is hiding in a cave, but the um, better to give them drones and missiles to fire it than you know shoot them yourself. Have a proxy over there, but that was before. Um, I don't know where this is going, but
Um,
yeah, the debate often highlights a split between traditional cultural use in specific regions and the stricter interpretation of intoxicating substances in Islamic jurisprudence. So, well, yeah, but that's why it's not so widely known over here, is because that's where the plant originates, and its native environment over there is not as I don't know. It would take a farm in order to make it profitable, and the satellites would notice a cot farm kind of popping up somewhere. The DEA's planes that kind of
can imagine.
Just fly around.
Um, yeah, when I seen it, it looked like weed stems. If you had some weed, it looks like a stem. And there was so much in these packs that the police was breaking open. And that's what just made me interested. Like, what is this that looks like something I would throw away? Um, yeah, but when we talk about drug bust, I actually got something here about the first drug overdose in San
Mhm.
Francisco.
Well, hey, hold on real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Just want to point out though, there's a table, ISCD. I wonder for International Society. I don't know what ISCD is, but there is a table looking at right now, a chart from 2010 that ranked various drugs, both legal and illegal, based on statements made by drug harm experts. And cot was found to be the 17th overall most dangerous drug. So, I mean, it's this long list. And
Number
17th,
one.
I was gonna
17th
look.
on
I
a,
didn't know how many there were.
yeah, 17th on a list of 20. Number one is alcohol. Number two, heroin. Number three, crack cocaine. Four is meth. Five is coke. Next, tobacco, amphetamine, cannabis, then GHB, then benzos, then ketamine, then methadone, then mephedrone, then butane. That's weird. Then anabolic steroids, then ecstasy, then khat, then LSD, then buprenorphine, then mushrooms. So, yeah. And they have, I mean, they have these charts. It's a bar graph, and the bars have both harm to others and harm to users. So yeah, alcohol is harmful to users, but it has also the highest harm to others. Yeah, alcohol destroys lives. Heroin too, but alcohol really. Like crack. Is crack as widespread as it had been back in the 80s?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, still a big thing.
indeed. I mean,
I've
I
I
personally, but from allegedly what I've heard,
yes.
it's still in style.
Okay. Because
Allegedly,
I mean I've always heard it in conjunction with like the word epidemic, crack epidemic. And then, there's like the crack epidemic is not happening anymore, right? So if it's not an epidemic anymore, is it? I don't know. It just doesn't make the news like I remember hearing back in the 90s, early 90s.
because these
Crack.
days it's fentanyl. That's what you're hearing about. People sleep on the streets and overdosing. That's the new thing. I mean, I don't even know
Well,
anybody who
who's
sells that.
doing
So
that? Right.
where do you find fentanyl? I wouldn't know. Uh,
No. Right.
and people are
Um,
finding it, and they're falling asleep on the streets. People falling asleep bent over while they're crossing the street.
I don't think that they're necessarily looking for the fentanyl specifically themselves. I think that a lot of them are getting it as a substitute or a cutting agent or adulterant for their other opioid addiction of some sort. And I mean,
Man, they are
why
selling it
why sell like really nice, clean, high quality, pure heroin when you can cut it with a bunch of, whatever other powder and then tiny little bit of fentanyl and bump the strength back up, right?
or what you can do is put it on some aluminum foil and smoke it. So
Oh,
that's what they're doing is smoking fentanyl over here.
fentanyl. I mean, that was a thing with that was a thing all the way back. Oh,
That's how you smoke.
allegedly, that was happening all the way back with the Florida pill mills and stuff. You took crushed up oxy pill and sprinkled it on the foil and lighter underneath. And
Yeah, you were saying that they used fentanyl for the cutting agent. Out here, they're using that shit to just smoke fentanyl. I don't never
I mean, you got to have a tolerance before you even try that. I mean, you can overdose on fentanyl just by
touching it.
handling it if you're, yeah, wow.
Mm. So yeah, but there's a new drug here, one that popped up a few weeks ago. Said as of not even a week ago, as of May 2026, San Francisco health officials are reporting the emergence of a highly potent new synthetic opioids, and animal tranquilizers in the city's illicit drug supply, along with the new
Crack dope.
city-run enforcement approach to addiction. San Francisco records its first overdose death caused by a new deadly opioid. I don't even know how to pronounce that. It's CYCLORPHINE.
Cyclochlorophene.
Cyclorphine?
Oh, no, hold on.
Cyclorphine? Okay, yeah.
Cyclorphene.
And I read that they said the Narcan isn't working for it.
Yeah. Well, the tranquilizers. Yeah. Actually, interestingly enough, I was talking with my sister about this last Friday. I mean, the tranquilizers is been happening for a while. I mean, a while. It's like in the past year or 2 years, maybe. But there was a wave of emergency room deaths of uh, overdoses that could not be reversed with Narcan. Um, and, it was clear that these people were overdosing and they knew that these people had used um, painkillers, opioids, but they wouldn't pop out of it like they should, right? I mean, at least that's the way Narcan is supposed to work. But that only works for opioid overdoses, right? So only if you've overdosed on like heroin, fentanyl, Oxycontin, whatever, the whole group, that class, those families that act specifically on the opioid receptors in the brain. But um, certain organizations have started adulterating their already adulterated opioids, by putting animal tranquilizers into the fentanyl, which you know a big dose of an opioid knocks a person out, right? So if you knock a person out with animal tranquilizer, it takes a little less opioid in theory or whatever, or it just makes the person feel more messed up and that makes them think that they're higher on an opioid or that they're in a stronger opioid high than they are or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's that's scary because there is no antidote for xylazine. So emergency room staff are just stuck watching these people die in front of them helplessly when normally they would have been able to save these lives. They should have been able to save these lives. Overdose,
Yeah, but
substance
Narcan,
abuse aside, they should have been able to save these lives if it were not for that,
Um,
and
Cocktail.
well,
Mark,
yeah.
um, yesterday, me and my mom seen a video of a guy that was overdosed. It was an Instagram video. One guy goes around and gives people Narcan or whatever the case, but he was walking and he was like, "Is that guy dead or whatever?" And there's people just like walking by him and stuff, and some are like looking at him and stopping, but they really did not care about him. This guy pulled out Narcan out of his bag, and they were like, "Why do you have that?" And he was like, "For stuff like this." And they was like, "Well, why would you do that?" And like really wanted this guy to pass up this opportunity. And he had a YouTube video of him pulling the Narcan out, and they're questioning him like, "Why would you do that?" But then the guy came back. He needed two, but he came back, and then he gave him one to go, just like if you need one down the line. And yeah,
Bravo, good on him.
at the end of
Yeah.
the video, he goes, "Why would people tell me? Why would I have that on me? And why would I do that when I gave it to him?" And I thought that was interesting. Whatever city that were, they were just used to it, I guess. And
That's
yeah,
sad.
That is, yeah, it's the bystander effect. That's been studied and found in um, psychology for a while now. It was first identified back in the I think it was the 50s or something. There was a young woman who had been stabbed in New York City, um, attacked, mugged, and robbed. Guy stabbed her, and she lay in the um, alley or on the sidewalk, dying. Crying out for help, and just bled out because nobody called any emergency services. Everybody all around, all of the, people had windows open. Everybody heard her calling and dying. Everybody assumed somebody else would have already taken care of it by now. Oh, it was already on the way, probably. Why would you call the ambulance? Somebody's already, it's taken care of it, That it's somebody else's problem. It's
Now
like, no,
everybody just pulls out their phone and films it
yeah, why?
yeah,
because people suck.
right. It was sad for them to see people telling that guy, "Why would you do that to him?" As the guy's coming out of it, he's like falling over and stuff. And the other guy's like, I guess someone called the cops. And the guy who gave him the Narcan was like, "You should go now. Take that Narcan with you. You should go." So yeah, the video was crazy. Just so many people out there worried about why did he do it, and the police was on the way. Let him stay there. Yeah,
Yeah, he might have been dead by the time the cops got there.
I don't think they cared.
That's why people suck.
Um, Mark, you sent me this article about a nuclear plant.
Oh my gosh, we can't do that now. I can't. That's too much now.
Okay.
Yeah, I need
Yeah,
to go.
Did you
yeah.
know in 1987, American Airlines saved $40,000 annually, roughly $100,000 in today's money, by removing one olive from every first class salad served, led by CEO Robert Crandall. This legendary cost cutting measure focused on reducing expenses by eliminating a high cost ingredient that passengers rarely noticed was missing. Mm. Yeah, so think about how much money you can save if you stopped eating one thing or put one less egg in something.
Yeah. I think we might also have that dude to thank for the whole process and trend that has continued on, and they're just giving you one less than you used to get, just a little less. You're paying the same.
Inflation,
You're getting the same
shrinkflation.
thing. You're getting the same product. It's just, a little less, you know. Cans of soda, a
Nobody
little smaller,
even
a little
notice.
bit smaller than they used to be. You won't notice. You're still getting the same beverage. You're just getting a little less.
Yeah. So
Duke or douche, dick, Duke. Yeah, Duke as in douche, dick, dish, dick, douche. Ew, dick douche.
well,
That
thanks to
sounds
everybody out there
horrible.
watching.
Oh my God.
See you guys later. You guys have a good day. Thanks for watching. We'll be back Saturday. And shit, hope to see you before then. I mean, until then,